Section 99 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. I returned. It is not true I love my husband, no, nor hate this man. I listen while you speak, assured that what you say is false, the same. Much as when once, to me a little child, a rough gaunt man in rags, with eyes on fire, a crowd of boys and idlers at his heels, rushed as I crossed the square and held my head in his two hands. Here, she will let me speak, you little girl, whose eyes do good to mine. I am the Pope, am Sextus, now the 6th, and that 12th innocent, proclaimed today, is Lucifer disguised in human flesh. The angels met in conclave, crowned me. Thus he gibbered and I listened. But I knew all was delusion ere folks interposed unfasten him the maniac. Thus I know all your report of Caponsacchi false, folly or dreaming. I have seen so much by that adventure at the spectacle, the face I fronted that one first last time. He would belie it by such words and thoughts. Therefore, while you profess to show him me, I ever see his own face. Get you gone. That will I, nor once open mouth again. No, by Saint Joseph and the Holy Ghost, on your head be the damage. So adieu. And so more days, more deeds I must forget, till, what a strange thing now is to declare, since I say anything, say all if true, and how my life seems lengthened as to serve. It may be idle or inopportune, but true? Why, what was all I said but truth, even when I found that such as are untrue could only take the truth in through a lie? Now I am speaking truth to the truth's self. God will lend credit to my words this time. It had got half through April. I arose one vivid daybreak. Who had gone to bed in the old way, my wont those last 3 years, careless until, the cup drained, I should die. The last sound in my ear, the overnight, had been a something let drop on the sly in prattle by Margherita. Soon enough gaieties end. Now Easter's past, a week, and the Archbishop gets him back to Rome. Everyone leaves the town for Rome this spring. Even Caponsacchi, out of heart and hope, resigns himself and follows with the flock. I heard this drop and drop like rain outside fast falling through the darkness while she spoke. So had I heard with like indifference, and Michael's pair of wings will arrive first at Rome to introduce the company, will bear him from our picture where he fights Satan, expect to have that dragon loose and never a defender. My sole thought being still, as night came, done another day, how good to sleep and so get nearer death. When, what, first thing at daybreak, pierced the sleep with a summons to me? Up I sprang alive, light in me, light without me, everywhere change. A broad yellow sunbeam was let fall from heaven to earth. A sudden drawbridge lay, along which marched a myriad merry motes, mocking the flies that crossed them and recrossed in rival dance, companions new-born too. On the house eaves, a dripping shag of weed shook diamonds on each dull grey lattice square, as first one, then another bird leapt by, and light was off and lo was back again, always with one voice, "Where are two such joys?" the blessed building sparrow. I stepped forth, stood on the terrace, o'er the roofs, such sky! My heart sang. I too am to go away. I too have something I must care about, carry away with me to Rome, to Rome! The bird brings hither sticks and hairs and wool, and nowhere else i' the world. What fly breaks rank, falls out of the procession that befits from window here to window there, with all the world to choose, so well he knows his course? I have my purpose and my motive too, my march to Rome like any bird or fly. Had I been dead, how right to be alive! Last night I almost prayed for leave to die, wished Guido all his pleasure with the sword or the poison. Poisoned sword was but a trick, harmless. May God forgive him the poor jest! My life is charmed, will last till I reach Rome. Yesterday, but for the sin, nameless be the deed I could have dared against myself. Now, see if I will touch an unripe fruit, and risk the health I want to have and use. Not to live now would be the wickedness, for life means to make haste and go to Rome and leave Arezzo. Leave all woes at once. End of section 99. Section 100 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. Now understand here, by no means mistake. Long ago had I tried to leave that house when it seemed such procedure would stop sin, and still failed more the more I tried. At first the Archbishop, as I told you, next our Lord the Governor. Indeed, I found my way. I went to the great palace where he rules, though I knew well 'twas he who, when I gave a jewel or two, themselves had given me back to my parents, since they wanted bread, they who had never let me want a nosegay. He spoke of the jail for felons, if they kept what was first theirs, then mine, so doubly theirs, though all the while my husband's most of all. I knew well who had spoke the word wrought this. Yet, being in extremity, I fled to the Governor, as I say, scarce opened lip when the cold cruel snicker close behind. Guido was on my trace, already there, exchanging nod and wink for shrug and smile, and I pushed back to him and, for my pains, paid with... But why remember what is past? I sought out a poor friar, the people call the Roman, and confessed my sin which came of their sin. That fact could not be repressed. The frightfulness of my despair in God, and feeling through the grate his horror shake, implored him, "Write for me who cannot write, apprise my parents, make them rescue me. You bid me be courageous and trust God, do you in turn dare somewhat, trust and write, dear friends, who used to be my parents once, and now declare you have no part in me. This is some riddle I want wit to solve, since you must love me with no difference. Even suppose you altered, there's your hate to ask for. Hate of you two dearest ones I shall find liker love than love found here, if husbands love their wives. Take me away and hate me as you do the gnats and fleas, even the scorpions, how I shall rejoice! Write that and save me." And he promised. wrote or did not write, things never changed at all. He was not like the Augustinian here. Last, in a desperation, I appealed to friends, whoever wished me better days, to Guillicini, that's of kin. What, I travel to Rome with you? A flying gout bids me deny my heart and mind my leg. Then I tried Conti, used to brave, laugh back the lowering thunder when his cousin scowled at me, protected by his presence. You, who well know what you cannot save me from, carry me off? What frightens you, a priest? He shook his head, looked grave. Above my strength. Guido has claws that scratch, shows feline teeth, a formidabler foe than I dare fret. Give me a dog to deal with twice the size. Of course I am a priest and canon too, but by the by, though both not quite so bold as he, my fellow canon, brother priest, the personage in such ill odour here because of the reports. Pure birth of the brain, our Caponsacchi. He's your true Saint George to slay the monster, set the princess free, and have the whole high altar to himself. I always think so when I see that piece i' the Pieve. That's his church and mine, you know, though you drop eyes at mention of his name. That name had got to take a half grotesque, half ominous, wholly enigmatic sense, like any byword, broken bit of song born with a meaning, changed by mouth and mouth that mix it in a sneer or smile, as chance bids, till it now means naught but ugliness and perhaps shame. All this intends to say that overnight the notion of escape had seemed distemper, dreaming, and the name, not the man, but the name of him, thus made into a mockery and disgrace. Why, she who uttered it persistently had laughed. I name his name, and there you start and wince as criminal from red tongue's touch. Yet now as I stood letting morn bathe me bright, choosing which butterfly should bear my news, the white, the brown one, or that tinier blue, the Margherita I detested so, in she came. The fine day, the good springtime, what, up and out at window? That is best. No thought of Caponsacchi, who stood there all night on one leg, like the sentry crane, under the pelting of your water spout, looked last look at your lattice ere he leave our city, bury his dead hope at Rome. I go to the looking glass and make you fine, while he may die ere touch one least loose hair you drag at with the comb in such a rage. I turned. Tell Caponsacchi he may come. Tell him to come? Ah, but for charity, a truce to fooling. Come? What? Come this eve? Peter and Paul, but I see through the trick. Yes, come and take a flower pot on his head flung from your terrace. No joke? Sincere truth? How plainly I perceived hell flash and fade o' the face of her, the doubt that first pale joy, then final reassurance I indeed was caught now, never to be free again. What did I care, who felt myself of force to play with the silk and spurn the horsehair springe? But do you know that I have bade him come, and in your own name? I presumed so much, knowing the thing you needed in your heart. But somehow, what had I to show in proof? He would not come, have promised, that was all, and wrote the letters you refused to read. What is the message that shall move him now? After the Ave Maria, at first dark, I will be standing on the terrace. Say, I would I had a good long lock of hair should prove I was not lying. Never mind. End of section 100. Section 101 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. Off she went. May he not refuse, that's all, fearing a trick? I answered, he will come. And all day I sent prayer like incense up to God the strong, God the beneficent, God ever mindful in all strife and strait, who for our own good makes the need extreme, till at the last he puts forth might and saves. An old rhyme came into my head and rang of how a virgin, for the faith of God, hid herself from the Paynims that pursued in a cave's heart, until a thunderstone wrapped in a flame revealed the couch and prey. And they laughed, "Thanks to lightning, ours at last!" And she cried, "Wrath of God, assert his love! Servant of God, thou fire, befriend his child!" And lo, the fire she grasped at, fixed its flash, lay in her hand a calm, cold, dreadful sword she brandished till pursuers strewed the ground. So did the souls within them die away, as o'er the prostrate bodies, sordid, safe, she walked forth to the solitudes and Christ. So should I grasp the lightning and be saved. And still, as the day wore, the trouble grew whereby I guessed there would be born a star, until at an intense throe of the dusk I started up, was pushed, I dare to say, out on the terrace, leaned and looked at last where the deliverer waited me, the same silent and solemn face I first descried at the spectacle confronted mine once more. So was that minute twice vouchsafed me, so the manhood, wasted then, was still at watch to save me yet a second time. No change here, though all else changed in the changing world. I spoke on the instant, as my duty bade, in some such sense as this, whatever the phrase. Friend, foolish words were born from you to me. Your soul behind them is the pure strong wind, not dust and feathers, which its breath may bear. These to the witless seem the wind itself, since proving thus the first of it they feel. If by mischance you blew offence my way, the straws are dropped, the wind desists no whit. And how such strays were caught up in the street and took a motion from you, why inquire? I speak to the strong soul, no weak disguise. If it be truth, why should I doubt it truth? You serve God specially, as priests are bound, and care about me, stranger as I am, so far as wish my good. That miracle I take to intimate he wills you serve by saving me. What else can he direct? Here is the service. Since a long while now I am in course of being put to death. While death concerned nothing but me, I bowed the head and bade, in heart, my husband strike. Now I imperil something more, it seems, something that's trulier me than this myself, something I trust in God and you to save. You go to Rome, they tell me. Take me there. Put me back with my people. He replied, the first word I heard ever from his lips, all himself in it, an eternity of speech to match the immeasurable depths of the soul that then broke silence. I am yours. So did the star rise, soon to lead my step, lead on, nor pause before it should stand still above the house o' the babe, my babe to be, that knew me first, and thus made me know him, that had his right of life and claim on mine, and would not let me die till he was born, but pricked me at the heart to save us both, saying, "Have you the will? Leave God the way." And the way was Caponsacchi. Mine, thank God, he was mine, he is mine, he will be mine. No pause i' the leading and the light, I know. Next night there was a cloud came, and not he, but I prayed through the darkness till it broke and let him shine. The second night he came. The plan is rash, the project desperate. In such a flight needs must I risk your life, give food for falsehood, folly or mistake, ground for your husband's rancour and revenge. So he began again with the same face. I felt that, the same loyalty, one star turning now red that was so white before, one service apprehended newly, just a word of mine, and there the white was back. No, friend, for you will take me, 'tis yourself risk all, not I, who let you, for I trust in the compensating great God. Enough, I know you. When is it that you will come? Tomorrow, at the day's dawn. Then I heard what I should do, how to prepare for flight and where to fly. That night my husband bade, "You whom I loathe, beware you break my sleep this whole night. Couch beside me like the corpse I would you were." The rest you know, I think, how I found Caponsacchi and escaped. End of section 101. Section 102 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia continued. And this man men call sinner, Jesus Christ, of whom men said, with mouths thyself madest once, he hath a devil, say he was thy saint, my Caponsacchi. Shield and show, unshroud in thine own time the glory of the soul, if aught obscure, if ink spot from vile pens scribbling a charge against him. I was glad then, for the first time, that I could not write, flirted his way, have flecked the blaze. For me 'tis otherwise. Let men take, sift my thoughts I throw like the flax for sun to bleach. I did pray, do pray, in the prayer shall die. Oh, to have Caponsacchi for my guide! Ever the face upturned to mine, the hand holding my hand across the world, a sense that reads, as only such can read, the mark God sets on women, signifying so she should, shall peradventure be divine. Yet where, the while, how weakness mars the print, and makes confusion, leaves the thing men see, not this man, who from his own soul rewrites the obliterated charter, love and strength mending what's marred. So kneels a votarist, weeds some poor way's traditionary plot where shrine once was, where temple yet may be, purging the place but worshipping the while, by faith and not by sight, sight clearest so. Such way the saints work, says Don Celestine. But I, not privileged to see a saint of old when such walked earth with crown and palm, if I call saint what saints call something else, The saints must bear with me, impute the fault to a soul I' the bud, so starved by ignorance, stinted of warmth. It will not blow this year, nor recognise the orb which spring flowers know. But if meanwhile some insect with a heart worth floods of lazy music, spendthrift joy, some firefly renounce spring for my dwarfed cup, crept close to me with lustre for the dark, comfort against the cold, what though excess of comfort should miscall the creature sun? What did the sun to hinder while harsh hands petal by petal, crude and colourless, tore me? This one heart brought me all the spring. Is all told? There's the journey, and where's time to tell you how that heart burst out in shine? Yet certain points do press on me too hard. Each place must have a name, though I forget. How strange it was, there where the plain begins and the small river mitigates its flow. When eve was fading fast, and my soul sank, and he divined what surge of bitterness, in overtaking me, would float me back whence I was carried by the striding day. So, this great place was famous once, said he. And he began that legend of the place as if in answer to the unspoken fear, and told me all about a brave man dead, which lifted me and let my soul go on. How did he know too, at that town's approach by the rock side, that in coming near the signs of life, the house roofs and the church and tower, I saw the old boundary and wall o' the world rise plain as ever round me, hard and cold, as if the broken circlet joined again, tightened itself about me with no break, as if the town would turn Arezzo's self, the husband there, the friends my enemies, all ranged against me. Not an avenue I try, but would be blocked and drive me back on him. This other, oh, the heart in that! Did not he put into my arms a new-born babe? And I saw faces beam of the young mother proud to teach me joy, and gossips round expecting my surprise at the sudden hole through earth that lets in heaven. I could believe himself by his strong will had woven around me what I thought the world we went along in. Every circumstance, towns, flowers and faces, all things helped so well. For through the journey was it natural such comfort should arise from first to last? As I look back, all is one milky way, still bettered more, the more remembered. So do new stars bud while I but search for old, and fill all gaps i' the glory, and grow him I now see make the shine everywhere, even at the last when the bewildered flesh, the cloud of weariness about my soul, clogging too heavily, sucked down all sense. Still its last voice was, "He will watch and care. Let the strength go, I am content, he stays." I doubt not he did stay and care for all. From that sick minute when the head swam round, and the eyes looked their last and died on him, as in his arms he caught me, and, you say, carried me in, that tragical red eve, and laid me where I next returned to life in the other red of morning, two red plates that crushed together, crushed the time between, and are since then a solid fire to me. When in my dreadful husband and the world broke, and I saw him, master by hell's right, and saw my angel helplessly held back by guards that helped the malice. The Lamb prone, the serpent towering and triumphant. Then came all the strength back in a sudden swell. I did for once see right, do right, give tongue the adequate protest. For a worm must turn if it would have its wrong observed by God. I did spring up, attempt to thrust aside that ice block twixt the sun and me, lay low the neutralizer of all good and truth. If I sinned so, never obey voice more of the just and terrible, who bids us bear, not stand by, bear to see my angels bear. I am clear it was on impulse to serve God, not save myself, no, nor my child unborn. Had I else waited patiently till now, who saw my old kind parents, silly sooth and too much trustful for their worst of faults, cheated, browbeaten, stripped and starved, cast out into the kennel, I remonstrated, then sank to silence, for, their woes at end, themselves gone, only I was left to plague. If only I was threatened and belied, what matter? I could bear it, and did bear. It was a comfort, still one lot for all. They were not persecuted for my sake, and I, estranged, the single happy one. But when at last, all by myself I stood obeying the clear voice which bade me rise, not for my own sake, but my babe unborn, and take the angel's hand was sent to help, and found the old adversary athwart the path, not my hand simply struck from the angel's, but the very angel's self made foul i' the face by the fiend who struck there, that I would not bear, that only I resisted. So my first and last resistance was invincible. Prayers move God, threats and nothing else move men. I must have prayed a man as he were God when I implored the governor to right my parents' wrongs. The answer was a smile. The Archbishop, did I clasp his feet enough, hide my face hotly on them, while I told more than I dared make my own mother known? The prophet was compassion and a jest. This time the foolish prayers were done with. Right used might, and solemnized the sport at once. All was against the combat, vantage mine? The runaway avowed, the accomplice wife in company with the plan-contriving priest? Yet shame thus rank and patent, I struck bare, at foe from head to foot in magic mail, and off it withered, cobweb armoury against the lightning. 'Twas truth singed the lies and saved me, not the vain sword nor weak speech. End of section 102. Section 103 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia continued. You see, I will not have the service fail. I say the angel saved me, I am safe. Others may want and wish, I wish nor want one point of the circle plainer, where I stand traced round about with white to front the world. What of the calumny I came across? What of the way to the end? The end crowns all. The judges judged aright i' the main, gave me the uttermost of my heart's desire, a truce from torture and arezzo, balm for hurt with the quiet nuns. God recompense the good, who said and sang away the ugly past. And when my final fortune was revealed, what safety while, amid my parents' arms, my babe was given me! Yes, he saved my babe. It would not have peeped forth, the bird-like thing, through that arezzo noise and trouble. Back had it returned, nor ever let me see. But the sweet peace cured all, and let me live, and give my bird the life among the leaves God meant him. Weeks and months of quietude, I could lie in such peace and learn so much. Begin the task, I see how needful now, of understanding somewhat of my past. Know life a little, I should leave so soon. Therefore, because this man restored my soul, all has been right. I have gained my gain, enjoyed as well as suffered, nay, got foretaste too of better life beginning where this ends, all through the breathing while allowed me thus, which let good premonitions reach my soul unthwarted, and benignant influence flow and interpenetrate and change my heart, uncrossed by what was wicked, nay, unkind. For as the weakness of my time drew nigh, nobody did me one disservice more, spoke coldly or looked strangely, broke the love I lay in the arms of, till my boy was born all in love, with naught to spoil the bliss a whole long fortnight. In a life like mine, a fortnight filled with bliss is long and much. All women are not mothers of a boy, though they live twice the length of my whole life, and, as they fancy, happily all the same. There I lay then, all my great fortnight long, as if it would continue, broaden out happily more and more, and lead to heaven. Christmas before me, was not that a chance? I never realised God's birth before, how he grew likest God in being born. This time I felt like Mary, had my babe lying a little on my breast like hers. So all went on till just 4 days ago, the night and the tap. Oh, it shall be success to the whole of our poor family, my friends, nay, father and mother, give me back my word. They have been rudely stripped of life, disgraced like children who must needs go clothed too fine, carry the garb of carnival in Lent. If they too much affected frippery, they have been punished and submit themselves, say no word, all is over. They see God who will not be extreme to mark their fault, or he had granted respite. They are safe. For that most woeful man, my husband once, who, needing respite, still draws vital breath, I pardon him? So far as lies in me, I give him for his good the life he takes, praying the world will therefore acquiesce. Let him make God amends. None to me who thank him rather that, whereas strange fate mockingly styled him husband and me wife, himself this way at least pronounced divorce, blotted the marriage bond. This blood of mine flies forth exultingly at any door, washes the parchment white, and thanks the blow. We shall not meet in this world nor the next, But where will God be absent? In his face is light, but in his shadow healing too. Let Guido touch the shadow and be healed. And as my presence was importunate, my earthly good, temptation and a snare, nothing about me but drew somehow down his hate upon me, somewhat so excused therefore, since hate was thus the truth of him. May my evanishment for evermore help further to relieve the heart that casts such object of its natural loathing forth. So he was made, he nowise made himself. I could not love him, but his mother did. His soul has never lain beside my soul. But for the unresisting body, thanks. He burned that garment spotted by the flesh. Whatever he touched is rightly ruined. Plague it caught, and disinfection it had craved still but for Guido. I am saved through him so as by fire. To him, thanks and farewell. Even for my babe, my boy, there's safety thence. From the sudden death of me, I mean, we poor weak souls, how we endeavour to be strong! I was already using up my life. This portion now should do him such a good, this other go to keep off such an ill. The great life, see, a breath and it is gone. So is detached, so left all by itself, the little life, the fact which means so much. Shall not God stoop the kindlier to his work? His marvel of creation, foot would crush, now that the hand he trusted to receive and hold it, lets the treasure fall perforce. The better, he shall have in orphanage his own way all the clearlier. If my babe outlive the hour, and he has lived 2 weeks, it is through God who knows I am not by. Who is it makes the soft gold hair turn black, and sets the tongue, might lie so long at rest, trying to talk? Let us leave God alone. Why should I doubt he will explain in time what I feel now, but fail to find the words? My babe nor was, nor is, nor yet shall be Count Guido Franceschini's child at all. Only his mother's, born of love, not hate. So shall I have my rights in after time. It seems absurd, impossible to-day. So seems so much else not explained, but known. Ah, friends, I thank and bless you every one. No more now. I withdraw from earth and man to my own soul, compose myself for God. End of section 103. Section 104 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia continued. Well, and there is more. Yes, my end of breath shall bear away my soul in being true. He is still here, not outside with the world. Here, I have him in his rightful place. 'Tis now, when I am most upon the move, I feel for what I verily find, again the face, again the eyes, again, through all, the heart and its immeasurable love of my one friend, my only, all my own, who put his breast between the spears and me. Ever with Caponsacchi, otherwise here alone would be failure, loss to me. How much more loss to him, with life debarred from giving life, love locked from love's display, the day star stopped its task that makes night morn? O lover of my life, O soldier saint, no work begun shall ever pause for death. Love will be helpful to me more and more the coming course, the new path I must tread, my weak hand in thy strong hand, strong for that. Tell him that if I seem without him now, that's the world's insight. Oh, he understands. He is at Civita. Do I once doubt the world again is holding us apart? He had been here, displayed in my behalf the broad brow that reverberates the truth, and flashed the word God gave him back to man. I know where the free soul is flown. My fate will have been hard for even him to bear. Let it confirm him in the trust of God, showing how holily he dared the deed. And for the rest, say from the deed no touch of harm came, but all good, all happiness, not one faint fleck of failure. Why explain? What I see, oh, he sees, and how much more. Tell him, I know not wherefore the true word should fade and fall unuttered at the last. It was the name of him I sprang to meet when came the knock, the summons and the end. My great heart, my strong hand are back again. I would have sprung to these, beckoning across murder and hell, gigantic and distinct o' the threshold. Posted to exclude me, heaven! He is ordained to call and I to come. Do not the dead wear flowers when dressed for God? Say, I am all in flowers from head to foot. Say, not one flower of all he said and did might seem to flit unnoticed, fade unknown, but dropped a seed has grown a balsam tree, whereof the blossoming perfumes the place at this supreme of moments. He is a priest, he cannot marry, therefore, which is right. I think he would not marry if he could. Marriage on earth seems such a counterfeit, mere imitation of the inimitable. In heaven we have the real and true and sure. 'Tis there they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are as the angels. Right, oh, how right that is! How like Jesus Christ to say that! Marriage making for the earth, with gold so much, birth, power, repute so much, or beauty, youth so much in lack of these. Be as the angels rather, who apart know themselves into one, are found at length married, but marry never, no, nor give in marriage. They are man and wife at once when the true time is. Here we have to wait not so long neither. Could we by a wish have what we will and get the future now? Would we wish aught done undone in the past? So let him wait God's instant men call years. Meantime hold hard by truth and his great soul. Do out the duty. Through such souls alone God stooping shows sufficient of his light for us i' the dark to rise by. And I rise. End of section 104. End of chapter 7. Pompilia. Section 105 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis, Pauperum Procurator. Ah, my Giacinto, he's no ruddy rogue, is not Cinone. What? Today we're 8? 7 and 1's 8. I hope old curly pate branches me out his verb tree on the slate. Amo, as, avi, atum, are, ans, up to aturus, present tense and mood, quies mecum subjunctivo. I could cry and choose Corderius with his morning crust. Look 8 years onward, and he's perched, dapper and deft on stool beside this chair. Cinozzo, Cinoncello, who but he, trying his milk teeth on some crusty case like this? Papa shall triturate full soon to smooth Papinianian pulp. It trots already through my head, though noon be now, thus supper time, and what belongs to eve. Dispose, O dawn of the day, first work, then play, the proverb bids. And then means, won't we hold our little yearly lovesome frolic feast, Ciniolo's birth night, Cinicello's own, that makes gruff January grin perforce? For too contagious grows the mirth, the warmth escaping from so many hearts at once, when the good wife, buxom and bonny yet, jokes the hale grandsire, such are just the sort to go off suddenly. He who hides the key of the box beneath his pillow every night, which box may hold a parchment, someone thinks, will show a scribbled something like a name, Cinino, Cinicino, near the end, to whom I give, and I bequeath my lands, estates, tenements, hereditaments, when I decrease as honest grandsire ought. Wherefore, yet this one time again, perhaps, shan't my Orvieto fuddle his old nose. Then uncles, one or the other, well of the world, may drop in merely, trudge through rain and wind rather. The smell feasts rouse them at the hint there's cookery in a certain dwelling place. Gossips, too, each with keepsake in his poke, will pick the way, thrid lane by lantern light, and so find door, put galligaskin off at entry of a decent domicile, cornered in snug condotti, all for love, all to crush cup with Cinucciatolo. Well, let others climb the heights o' the court, the camp. How vain are chambering and wantonness, revel and rout and pleasures that make mad. Commend me to home joy, the family board, altar and hearth. These, with a brisk career, a source of honest profit and good fame, just so much work as keeps the brain from rust, just so much play as lets the heart expand, honouring God and serving man. I say, these are reality, and all else fluff. Nutshell and knot. Thank Flaccus for the phrase. Suppose I had been Fisc, yet bachelor, Why, work with a will then! Wherefore lazy now? Turn up the hourglass, whence no sand grain slips, but should have done its duty to the saint o' the day, the son and heir that's 8 years old. Let law come dimple chin on Chino's cheek, and Latin dumple Cinarello's chin, the while we spread him fine and toss him flat this pulp that makes the pancake, trim our mass of matter into argument the first, prime pleading in defence of our accused, which once a waft on paper wing shall soar, shall signalise before applausive Rome what study, and mayhap some mother wit, can do toward making Master Fop and fiscal bachelor Bottinius bite his thumb. Now, how good God is! How falls plumb to point this murder! Gives me Guido to defend now, of all days i' the year, just when the boy verges on Virgil, reaches the right age for some such illustration from his sire, stimulus to himself. One might wait years and never find the chance which now finds me. The fact is, there's a blessing on the hearth, a special providence for fatherhood. Here's a man, and what's more, a noble, kills, not sneakingly, but almost with parade, wife's father, and wife's mother, and wife's self, that's mother's self of son and heir, like mine. And here stand I, the favoured advocate who plucked this flower o' the field no Solomon was ever clothed in glorious gold to match, and set the same in Cinoncino's cap. I defend Guido and his comrades, I! Pray God, I keep me humble, not to me, non nobis Domine sed tibi laus. How the fop chuckled when they made him fisc! We'll beat you, my Bottinius, all for love, all for our tribute to Cinotto's day. Why, Spudicans, old innocent himself, may rub his eyes at the bustle, ask, what's this rolling from out the rostrum, as Augusta the Pro Milone had been prisoned there, and rattled Rome awake? Awaken Rome! How can the Pope doze on in decency? He needs must wake up also, speak his word, have his opinion like the rest of Rome, about this huge, this hurly-burly case. He wants who can excogitate the truth, give the result in speech, plain black and white, to mumble in the mouth and make his own. A little changed, good man, a little changed. No matter, so his gratitude be moved, by when my Giacintino gets of age, mindful of who thus helped him at a pinch, Archangelis Procurator Pauperum, and proved Hortensius redivivus. End of section 105. Section 106 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8, Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator, continued. You, to earn the est, merit the minced herb that mollifies the liver's leathery slice, with here a goose foot, there a coxcomb stuck, cemented in an element of cheese. I doubt if dainties do the grandsire good. Last June he had a sort of strangling. Bah! He's his own master. And his will is made. So liver fizz, law flit, and Latin fly as we rub hands or dish by way of grace. May I lose cause if I vent one word more, except with fresh cut quill we ink the white. P-R-O, pro, Guidone et sociis. There. Count Guido married. Or in Latin due, what? Duxit in uxorem? Commonplace. Te das jugales init subit. Ha! He underwent the matrimonial torch. Connubio stabili sibi junxit. In stable bond of marriage bound his own. That's clear of any modern taint, and yet Virgil is little help to who writes prose. He shall attack me Terence with the dawn, shall Cino. Mum, my business, sir. Thus circumstantially evolve we facts. Ita se abet ideo series facti. He wedded, with owls for augury. Nupserat eu sinistris avibus. One of the blood Arezzo boasts her best. Dominus Guido nobili genere ortus Pompiliae. But the version afterward. Curb we this ardour. Notes alone today, the speech tomorrow, and the Latin last. Such was the rule in Farinacci's time. Indeed, I hitched it into verse and good. Unluckily, law quite absorbs a man. Or else I think I too had poetized. Law is the pork substratum of the fry. Goose foot and coxcomb are Latinitae. And in this case, if circumstance assist, we'll garnish law with idiom, never fear. Out of the way events extend our scope. For instance, when Bottini brings his charge, that letter which you say Pompilia wrote to criminate her parents and herself, and disengage her husband from the coil, that Guido Franceschini wrote, say we, because Pompilia could nor read nor write. Therefore he pencilled her such letter first, then made her trace in ink the same again. Ha, my Bottini, have I thee on hip? How will he turn this, nor break Tully's pate? Existimandum, don't I hear the dog? Quod Guido designa verit elementa dictes pistole quae fuerint, superinducto ab ea calamo notata attramento. There's a style. quia ipsa scribere nescebat. Bah! Now my turn. Either insulse, I outburst, stupidly put. Inane is the response. Inannis est responsio, or the like. To wit, that each of all those characters, quod singula elementa epistole, had first of all been traced for her by him, fuerant per eum prius designata, and then the ink applied atop of that, et deinde superinducto calamo. The piece, she says, became her handiwork. Per eam e formata ut ipsa asserit. Inane was such response, a second time. Her husband outlined her the whole, forsooth. Vir eius lineabat epistolam? What, she confesses that she wrote the thing? Fatetur eam scripsisse? Scorn that scathes, that she might pay obedience to her lord, ut viro obtemperaret apices. Here repeat charge with proper varied phrase. Eo designante ipsaque calamum superinducente. By such argument, ita pariter, she seeks to show the same. Ay, by Saint Joseph, and what saints you please! Epistolam ostendit medius fidius. No voluntary deed, but fruit of force. Non voluntarie, sed coacte scriptam. That's the way to write Latin, friend my Fisc. Bottini is a beast, one barbarous. Look out for him when he attempts to say, "Armed with a pistol, Guido followed her." Will not I be beforehand with my Fisc? Cut away phrase by phrase from underfoot. Guido Pompiliam, Guido thus his wife, following with igneous engine, shall I have? Armis munitus igneis persequens, arma sulphurea gestans, sulphury arms. Or might one style a pistol popping piece? Armatus breviori sclopulo? Well, let him have been armed so, though it make somewhat against us. I had thought to own, provided with a simple travelling sword. Ense solum modo viatorio instructus. But we'll grant the pistol here. Better we lost the cause than lacked the gird at the Fisc's Latin, lost the judge's laugh. It's Venturini that decides for style. Tomati rather goes upon the law. So, as to law. Ah, but with law ne'er hope to level the fellow. Don't I know his trick? How he draws up, ducks under, twists aside. He's a lean-gutted hectic rascal, fine as pale-haired, red-eyed ferret which pretends 'tis ermine, pure soft snow from tail to snout. He eludes law by piteous looks aloft, lets Latin glance off, as he makes appeal to the saint that's somewhere in the ceiling top. Do you suppose that I don't see the beast? Plague of the ermine vermin! For it takes, and here's the fellow Fisc, you see. And judge, you'll not be long in seeing next. Confound the fop, he's now at work like me. Enter his study, as I seem to do, hear him read out his writing to himself. I know he writes as if he spoke. I hear the hoarse shrill throat, see shut eyes, neck shot forth. I see him strain on tiptoe, soar and pour eloquence out, nor stay nor stint at all, perorate in the air, and so to press with a product. What abuse of type is here! He'll keep clear of my cast, my logic throw, let argument slide, and then deliver swift some bull from quite an unguessed point of stand. Having the luck of the last word, the reply, a plaguy cast, a mortifying stroke. You face a fellow, cries, "So there you stand, but I, discourteous, jump clean o'er your head. You play ship carpenter, not pilot so, stop rat holes while the sea sweeps through the breach, hammer and fortify at puny points, do clamp and tenon, make all tight and safe. 'Tis here and here and here you ship a sea. No good of your stopped leaks and littleness." End of section 106. Section 107 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator, continued. Yet what do I name little and a leak? The main defence of the murderers used to death. By this time dry bare bones, no scrap to pick. Safer I worked at the new, the unforeseen, the nice by-stroke, the fine and improvised point that can titillate the brain o' the bench, torpid with over-teaching by this time. As if Tomati, that has heard, reheard and heard again, first this side and then that. Guido and Pietro and Guido, din and deafen full 3 years, at each long ear. Don't want amusement for instruction now, won't rather feel a flea run o'er his ribs than a daw settle heavily on his head? Oh, I was young and had the trick of fence, knew subtle pass and push with careless right, the left arm ever quietly behind, back, with the dagger in it. Not both hands to blade. Puff and blow, put the strength out, blunderbore. That's my subordinate, young Spreti now, pedant and prig. He'll pant away at proof, that's his way. Now for mine. To rub some life into one's choppy fingers this cold day. I trust Cinuzzo ties on tippet, guards the precious throat on which so much depends. Guido must be all gooseflesh in his hole, despite the prison straw. Bad carnival for captives, no sliced fry for him, poor Count. Carnival time, another providence. The town aswarm with strangers to amuse, to edify, to give one's name and fame in charge of, till they find, some future day, Cintino come and claim it, his name too, pledge of the pleasantness they owe Papa. Who else was it cured Rome of all her great qualms, when she must needs have her own judgment? Ay, since all her topping wits had set to work, pronounced already on the case, mere boys twice Cineruggiolo's age and half his sense, as good as tell me, when I cross the court, "Master Arcangeli," plucking at my gown, "we can predict, we comprehend your play, we'll help you save your client, tra-la-la." I've travelled ground from childhood till this hour to have the town anticipate my track. The old fox takes the plain and velvet path, the young hound's predilection. Prints the dew, don't he, to suit their pulpy pads of paw? No, burying nose deep down i' the briery bush, thus I defend Count Guido. Where are we weak? First, which is foremost in advantage too, our murder we call killing is a fact confessed, defended, made a boast of. Good! To think the Fisc claimed use of torture here, and got thereby avowal plump and plain that gives me just the chance I wanted. Scope, not for brute force, but ingenuity, explaining matters, not denying them. One may dispute, as I am bound to do, and shall, validity of process here, inasmuch as a noble is exempt from torture which plebeians undergo in such a case. For law is lenient, lax, remits the torture to a nobleman unless suspicion be of twice the strength attaches to a man born vulgarly. We don't card silk with comb that dresses wool. Moreover, 'twas severity undue in this case, even had the Lord been lout. What utters on this head our oracle, our Farinacci, my Gamaliel erst, in those immortal questions? What I quote: "Of all the tools at law's disposal, sure that named vigiliarum is the best, that is, the worst to whoso has to bear, lasting as it may do from some 7 hours to 10. Beyond 10 we've no precedent. Certain have touched their 10, but bah, they died. It does so efficaciously convince that, speaking by much observation here, out of each 100 cases, by my count, never I knew of patients beyond 4 withstand its taste, or less than 96 end by succumbing. Only martyrs 4, of obstinate silence, guilty or no, against 96 full confessors, innocent or otherwise. So shrewd a tool have we. No marvel either, in unwary hands, death on the spot is no rare consequence, as indeed all but happened in this case to one of ourselves, our young tough peasant friend, the accomplice called Baldeschi. They were rough, dosed him with torture as you drench a horse, not modify your treatment to a man. So 2 successive days he fainted dead, and only on the 3rd essay gave up. Confessed like flesh and blood. We could reclaim blockhead Bottini giving cause enough, but no, we'll take it as spontaneously confessed. We'll have the murder beyond doubt. Ah, fortunate! The poet's word reversed, inasmuch as we know our happiness. Had the antagonist left dubiety, here were we proving murder a mere myth, as Guido innocent, ignorant, absent, ay, absent. He was, why, where should Christian be? Engaged in visiting his proper church, the duty of us all at Christmas time, when Caponsacchi, the seducer, stung to madness by his relegation, cast about him and contrived a remedy to stave off what opprobrium broke afresh by the birth of the babe on him, the imputed sire. He came and quietly sought to smother up his shame and theirs together, killed the 3 and fled. Go seek him where you please to search. Just at the moment, Guido, touched by grace, devotions ended, hastened to the spot, meaning to pardon his convicted wife. Neither do I condemn thee, go in peace. Who thus arrived in the nick of time to catch the charge of the killing, though great-heartedly he came but to forgive and bring to life. Doubt ye the force of Christmas on the soul? Is thine eye evil because mine is good? End of section 107. Section 108 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator, continued. So doubtless had I needed argue here but for the full confession round and sound. Thus might you wrong some kingly alchemist, whose concern should not be with showing brass transmuted into gold, but triumphing, rather, above his gold changed out of brass, not vulgarly, to the mere sight and touch, but in the idea, the spiritual display, the apparition buoyed by winged words, hovering above its birthplace in the brain. Thus would you wrong this excellent personage, forced by the gross need to gird apron round, plant forge, light fire, ply bellows, in a word demonstrate, when a faulty pipkin's crack may disconcert you, his presumptive truth. Here were I hanging to the testimony of one of these poor rustics, 4, ye gods, whom the first taste of friend the fiscal's cord might drive into undoing my whole speech, shaming truth so. I wonder, all the same, not so much at those peasants' lack of heart, but Guido Franceschini, nobleman, bear pain no better. Everybody knows it used once, when my father was a boy, to form a proper, nay, important point to the education of our well-born youth, to take the torture handsomely at need, without confessing in this clownish guise. Each noble had his rack for private use, and would, for the diversion of a guest, bid it be set up in the yard of arms, to take thereon his hour of exercise, command the varletry stretch, strain their best, while friends looked on, admired my lord could smile mid tugging which had caused an ox to roar. Men are no longer men, and advocates no longer Farinacci. Let us add, if I one more time fly from point proposed. So, vindicatio, here begins the same. Honoris causa, so we make our stand. Honour in us had injury, we shall prove. Or, if we fail to prove such injury more than misprision of the fact, what then? It is enough, authorities declare, if the result, the deed in question now, be caused by confidence that injury is veritable and no figment, since what, though proved fancy afterward, seemed fact at the time, they argue shall excuse result. That which we do, persuaded of good cause for what we do, hold justifiable. The casuists bid, man bound to do his best. They would not have him leave that best undone and mean to do the worst, though fuller light show best was worst and worst would have been best. Act by the present light, they ask of man. Ultra quodic non agitur. Besides, it is not anyway our business here. De probatione adulterii, to prove what we thought crime was crime indeed, ad irrogandam penam, and require its punishment. Such nowise do we seek, sed ad effectum, but 'tis our concern, excusandi, here to simply find excuse, occisorem, for who did the killing work, et ad illius defensionem, mark the difference, and defend the man, just that. Quo casu levior probatio exuberaret, to which end far lighter proof suffices than the prior case would claim. It should be always harder to convict, in short, than to establish innocence. Therefore we shall demonstrate first of all that honour is a gift of God to man precious beyond compare, which natural sense of human rectitude and purity, which white man's soul is born with, brooks no touch. Therefore, the sensitivest spot of all, woundable by a wafture breathed from black, is honour within honour, like the eye centred in the ball, the honour of our wife. Touch us o' the pupil of our honour, then, not actually, since so you slay outright, but by a gesture simulating touch, presumable mere menace of such taint. This were our warrant for eruptive ire to whose dominion I impose no end. Virgil, now, should not be too difficult to cino, say the early books. Pen, truce to further gambols, poscimur. Nor can revenge of injury done here to the honour proved the life and soul of us be too excessive, too extravagant. Such wrong seeks and must have complete revenge. Show we this, first, on the mere natural ground. Begin at the beginning, and proceed incontrovertibly. Theodoric, in an apt sentence Cassiodorus cites, propounds for basis of all household law. I hardly recollect it, but it ends: bird mates with bird, beast genders with his like, and brooks no interference. Bird and beast, the very insects. If they wive or no, how dare I say when Aristotle doubts? But the presumption is they likewise wive, at least the nobler sorts. For take the bee as instance, copying King Solomon. Why that displeasure of the bee to aught that savours of incontinency makes the unchaste a very horror to the hive? Whence comes it bees obtain the epithet of castae apes? Notably the chaste, because ingeniously saith Scaliger, the young one, see his book of Table Talk, such is their hatred of immodest act, they fall upon the offender, sting to death. I mind a passage much confirmative, the Idyllist, though I read him Latinized. Why, asks a shepherd, is this bank unfit for celebration of our vernal loves? O swain, returns the wiser shepherdess, bees swarm here, and would quick resent our warmth. Only cold-blooded fish lack instinct here, nor gain nor guard connubiality. But beasts quadrupedal, mammiferous, do credit to their beasthood. Witness him that alien cites the noble elephant, or if not alien, somebody a sage, who, seeing much offence beneath his nose, his master's friend exceed in courtesy the due allowance to that master's wife, taught them good manners, and killed both at once, making his master and all men admire. Indubitably, then, that master's self, favoured by circumstance, had done the same, or else stood clear rebuked by his own beast. Deo ut qui honorem spernit, thus who values his own honour not a straw, et non recuperare curat, nor labours by might and main to salve its wound, se ulciscendo, by revenging him, nil differat abelluis, is a brute. Qui nemo irrationabilior ipsismet belluis, nay, contrariwise, much more irrational than brutes themselves, should be considered reputetur. How? If a poor animal feel honour smart, taught by blind instinct nature plants in him, shall man, confessed creation's master stroke, nay, intellectual glory, nay, a god, nay, of the nature of my judges here, shall man prove the insensible, the block, the blot of the earth he crawls on to disgrace? Come, that's both solid and poetic. Man, derogate, live for the low tastes alone, mean creeping cares about the animal life? End of section 108. Section 109 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator. Continued. May Gigia have remembered nothing stings fried liver out of its monotony of richness like a root of fennel, chopped fine with the parsley. Parsley sprigs, I said. Was there need I should say, and fennel too? But no, she cannot have been so obtuse. To our argument, the fennel will be chopped. From beast to man, next mount we. Ay, but mine still mere man, not yet Christian. That in time. Not too fast, mark you. 'Tis on heathen grounds we next defend our act. Then fairly urge, if this were done of old, in a green tree, allowed in the spring rawness of our kind, what may be licensed in the autumn dry, and ripe the latter harvest tide of man? If, with his poor and primitive half-lights, the pagan whom our devils served for gods could stigmatize the breach of marriage vow as that which blood only might efface, absolve the husband outraged, whose revenge anticipated law, plied sword himself, how with the Christian in full blaze of day? Shall not he rather double penalty, multiply vengeance, than degenerate, let privilege be minished, droop, decay? Therefore, set forth at large the ancient law. Superabundant the examples be, to pick and choose from. The Athenian code, Solon's, the name is serviceable, then the laws of the 12 tables, that 15th. Romulus likewise rolls out round and large, the Julian, the Cornelian, Gracchus' law. So old a chime, the bells ring of themselves. Spreti can set that going if he please. I point you, for my part, the belfry out, intent to rise from dusk, diluculum, into the Christian day shall broaden next. First, the fit compliment to his holiness, happily reigning. Then sustain the point. All that was long ago declared as law by the early revelation stands confirmed by apostle and evangelist and saint. To wit, that honour is the supreme good. Why should I balk Saint Jerome of his phrase? Ubi honor non est, where no honour is, ibi contemptus est, and where contempt, ibi injuria frequens, and where that the frequent injury, ibi et indignatio, and where the indignation, ibi quies nulla, and where there is no quietude, why, ibi there the mind is often cast down from the heights where it proposed to dwell. Mensa proposito sepe deicitur. And naturally the mind is so cast down, since harder 'tis, quum difficilius sit, iram cohibere, to coerce one's wrath. quam miracula facere than work miracles. St. Gregory smiles in his first dialogue. Whence we infer the ingenuous soul, the man who makes esteem of honour and repute, wherever honour and repute are touched, arrives at term of fury and despair, loses all guidance from the reason check, as in delirium or a frenzy fit, nor fury nor despair he satiates. No, not even if he attain the impossible, or turn the hinges of the universe to annihilate, not who's caused the smart solely, the author simply of his pain, but the place, the memory, vituperi, oh, the shame and scorn, quia, says Solomon, the Holy Spirit speaking by his mouth in Proverbs, the 6th chapter, near the end, because the zeal and fury of a man, zelus et furor viri, will not spare non parcet in the day of his revenge, in die vindicte, nor will acquiesce, nec acquiescet, through a person's prayers, cuius dam precibus, nec suscipiet, nor yet take, pro redemptione, for redemption, dona plurium, gifts of friends, nor money payment to compound for ache. Who recognizes not my client's case? Whereto, as strangely Consentaneous here, adduce Saint Bernard in the epistle writ to Robertulus, his nephew, too much grief, dolor quippe nimius non deliberat, does not excogitate propriety, non verecundatur, nor knows shame at all, non consulit rationem, nor consults reason, non dignitatis metuit damnum, nor dreads the loss of dignity, modum et ordinem, order and the mode, ignorat, it ignores. Why, trait for trait, was ever portrait lined so like the life? By Cavalier Maratta, shall I say? I hear he's first in reputation now. Yes, that of Samson in the sacred text. That's not so much the portrait as the man. Samson in Gaza was the antitype of Guido at Rome. For note the Nazarite, blinded he was, an easy thing to bear. Intrepidly he took imprisonment, gyves, stripes, and daily labour at the mill. But when he found himself i' the public place, destined to make the common people sport, disdain burned up with such an impetus i' the breast of him, that, all of him on fire, "Moriatur!" roared he, "let my soul self die, anima mea, with the Philistines." So pulled down pillar, roof, and death and all, multosque plures interfecit, ay, and many more he killed thus, moriens, dying, quam vivus than in his whole life, occiderat, he ever killed before. Are these things writ for no example, sirs? One instance more, and let me see who doubts. Our Lord himself, made up of mansuetude, sealing the sum of sufferance up, received opprobrium contumely, and buffeting without complaint. But when he found himself touched in his honour never so little for once, then out broke indignation pent before. Honorem meum nemini dabo. No, my honour I to nobody will give. And certainly the example so hath wrought, that whosoever at the proper worth apprizes worldly honour and repute, esteems it nobler to die honoured man beneath Manaia than live centuries disgraced in the eye of the world. We find Saint Paul no miscreant to this faith delivered once. Far worthier were it that I died, cries he, expedit mihi magis mori, than that anyone should make my glory void, quam ut gloria meam quis evacuet. See ad Corinthienses, whereupon Saint Ambrose makes a comment with much fruit. Doubtless my judges long since laid to heart, so I desist from bringing forward here. I can't quite recollect it. End of section 109. Section 110 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator. Continued. Have I proved, satis superque, both enough and to spare, that revelation old and new admits the natural man may effervesce in ire, or flood earth, or froth heaven with foamy rage at the first puncture to his self-respect? Then, sirs, this Christian dogma, this law-bud full-blown now, soon to bask the absolute flower of papal doctrine in our blaze of clay, bethink you, shall we miss one promised streak, one doubtful birth of dawn crepuscular, one dewdrop comfort to humanity, now that the chalice teems with noonday wine? Yea, argue Molinists, who bar revenge, referring just to what makes out our case. Under old dispensation, argue they, the doom of the adulterous wife was death, stoning by Moses' law. Nay, stone her not, put her away, next legislates our Lord. And last of all, nor yet divorce a wife, ordains the Church. She typifies ourself. The bride no fault shall cause to fall from Christ. Then, as no jot nor tittle of the law has passed away, which who presumes to doubt? As not one word of Christ is rendered vain, which could it be, though heaven and earth should pass? Where do I find my proper punishment for my adulterous wife? I humbly ask of my infallible Pope, who now remits even the divorce allowed by Christ in lieu of lapidation Moses licensed me. The gospel checks the law which throws the stone. The Church tears the divorce bill gospel grants. The wife sins and enjoys impunity. What profits me the fullness of the days, the final dispensation, I demand, unless law, gospel, and the Church subjoin? But who hath barred the primitive revenge which, like fire damped and dammed up, burns more fierce? Use thou thy natural privilege of man, else wert thou found like those old ingrate Jews, despite the manna banquet on the board, a longing after melons, cucumbers, and such like trash of Egypt left behind. There was one melon had improved our soup, but did not Cinoncino need the rind to make a boat with? So I seem to think. Law, gospel, and the church. From these we leap to the very last revealment, easy rule befitting the well-born and thoroughbred of the happy day we live in, not the dark of the early rood and acorn-eating race. Behold, quoth James, we bridle in a horse and turn his body as we would thereby. Yea, but we change the bit to suit the growth, and rasp our colt's jaw with a rugged spike we hasten to remit our managed steed who wheels round at persuasion of a touch. Civilization bows to decency, the acknowledged use and wont, the manners. Mild but yet imperative law, which make the man. Thus do we pay the proper compliment to rank, and that society of Rome hath so obliged us by its interest, taken our client's part instinctively, as unaware defending its own cause. What dictum doth society lay down i' the case of one who hath a faithless wife? Wherewithal should the husband cleanse his way? Be patient and forgive? Oh, language fails, shrinks from depicturing his punishment. For if wronged husband raise not hue and cry, quod si maritos de adulterio non conquereretur, he's presumed a foe, presumitur leno. So complain he must. But how complain? At your tribunal, lords? Far weightier challenge suits your sense, I wot. You sit not to have gentlemen propose questions gentility can itself discuss. Did not you prove that to our brother Paul, the Abate, quum judicialiter prosequeretur, when he tried the law, Guidonis causam, in Count Guido's case, accidit ipsi, this befell himself, quod risum moverit et cacinos, that he moved to mirth and cachinnation, all or nearly all, fere in omnibus etiam sensatis et cordatis. Men strong-sensed, sound-hearted, nay, the very court, ipsis metin judicibus. I might add, non tamen dicam, in a cause like this, so multiplied were reasons pro and con, delicate, intertwisted and obscure, that law were shamed to lend a finger-tip to unravel, readjust the hopeless twine, while half a dozen steps outside the court there stood a foolish trifler with a tool a-dangle to no purpose by his side, had clearly cut the tangle in a trice. Asserunt enim unanimiter doctores. For the doctors all assert that husbands, quod mariti, must be held viles, cornuti reputantur, vile and branching forth a florid infamy, si propiis manibus, if with their own hands non sumunt, they take not straightway revenge, vindictam, but expect the deed be done by the court, expectant illam fieri per judices. Qui sum opere rident, which gives an enormous guffaw for reply, et cacinantur, for he ran away, deliquit enim, just that he might scape the censure of both counsellors and crowd, ut vulgi et doctorum evitaret censuram. And lest so he superadd to loss of honour, ignominy too, et sic ne istam quoque ignominiam amiso honore superaderet. My lords, the inconsiderate step was, we referred ourselves to law at all. Twit me not with law else had punished you. Each punishment of the extra-legal step, to which the high-born preferably revert, is ever for some oversight, some slip i' the taking vengeance, not for vengeance self. A good thing done unhandsomely turns ill, and never yet lacked ill the law's rebuke. For pregnant instance, let us contemplate the luck of Leonardus. See at large of Sicily's decisions 61st. This Leonard finds his wife is false. What then? He makes her own son snare her, and entice out of the town walls to a private walk, wherein he slays her with commodity. They find her body half devoured by dogs. Leonard is tried, convicted, punished, sent to labour in the galleys 7 years long. Why? For the murder? Nay, but for the mode, malus modus occidendi. Ruled the court, an ugly mode of killing, nothing more. Another fructuous sample, see de re criminali in Mattheus' divine peace. Another husband, in no better plight, simulates absence, thereby tempts the wife, on whom he falls out of sly ambuscade, backed by a brother of his, and both of them armed to the teeth with arms that law had blamed. Nimis dolose over wilily fuisse operatum, was it worked. Pronounced the law, had all been fairly done, law had not found him worthy, as she did, of 4 years' exile. Why cite more? Enough is good as a feast, unless a birthday feast for one's Cinuccio. So we'll finish here. My lords, we rather need defend ourselves inasmuch as for a twinkling of an eye we hesitatingly appealed to law, rather than deny that, on mature advice, we blushingly bethought us, bade revenge back to the simple, proper private way of decent self-dealt gentlemanly death. Judges, there is the law, and this beside, the testimony. Look to it. End of section 110. Section 111 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 8, Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis, Pauperum Procurator, continued. Pause and breathe. So far is only too plain. We must watch. Bottini will scarce hazard an attack here. Let's anticipate the fellow's play, and guard the weaker places. Warily ask, what if considerations of a sort, reasons of a kind, arise from out the strange, peculiar, unforeseen new circumstance of this our candour owns abnormal act, to bar the right of us revenging so? Impunity were otherwise your meed. Go slay your wife and welcome, may be urged. But why the innocent old couple slay, Pietro, Violante? You may do enough, not too much, not exceed the golden mean. Neither brute beast, nor pagan, Gentile, Jew, nor Christian, no, nor votarist of the mode, were free at all to push revenge so far. No, indeed? Why, thou very sealest the actual wrong Pompilia seemed to do, was virtual wrong done by the parents here, imposing her upon us as their child, themselves allow. Then her fault was their fault, her punishment be theirs accordingly. But wait a little, sneak not off so soon. Was this cheat sorely harm to Guido, pray? The precious couple you call innocent? Why, they were felons that law failed to clutch. Qui ut fraudarent, who that they might rob, legitime vocatos, folks law called, ad fidei commissum, true heirs to the trust, partum supposuerunt, feigned this birth. Immemores reos factos esse, blind to the fact that, guilty, they incurred thereby, ultimi supplici, hanging or aught worse. Do you blame us that we turn law's instruments not mere self-seekers? Mind the public weal, nor make the private good our sole concern? That having, shall I say, secured a thief, not simply we recover from his pouch the stolen article our property, but also pounce upon our neighbour's purse we opportunely find reposing there, and do him justice while we right ourselves? He owes us, for our part, a drubbing, say, but owes our neighbour just a dance i' the air under the gallows. So we throttle him. The neighbour's law, the couple, are the thief. We are the over-ready to help law. Zeal of her house hath eaten us up. For which, can it be, law intends to eat up us? Crudum priamum, devour poor Priam raw. 'Twas Jupiter's own joke. With Phaebus to boot, Priamique Pisinos, in Homeric phrase. Shame! And so ends the period prettily. But even prove the pair not culpable, free as unborn babe from connivance at, participation in their daughter's fault, ours the mistake. Is that a rare event? Non semel, it is anything but rare. In contingentia facti, that by chance impunes evaserunt, go scot-free, qui, such well-meaning people as ourselves, justo dolore moti, who aggrieved with cause, apposuerunt manus, lay rough hands in innocentes on wrong heads. Cite we an illustrative case in point. Mulier Smyrnea quaedam. Good my lords, a gentlewoman lived in Smyrna once, virum et filium ex eo conceptum, who both husband and her son begot by him, killed interfecerat ex quo, because vir filium suum perdiderat. Her spouse had been beforehand with her, killed her son, matrimonii primi, of a previous bed, deinde accusata, then accused, apud dolabellam, before him that sat proconsul, nec duabus cedibus contaminatam liberare, nor to liberate a woman doubly dyed with murder, voluit, made he up his mind, nec condemnare, nor to doom to death, justo dolore impulsam, one impelled by just grief, sed remisit, but sent her up ad Areopagum, to the hill of Mars, sapientisimorum judicum cetum, to that assembly of the sage, paralleled only by my judges here, ubi cognito de causa, where the cause well weighed, responsum est, they gave reply, ut ipsa et accusator, that both sides of the suit redirent, should come back again, post 100 annos, after 100 years, for judgment. Et sic, by which sage decree, duplici parricidio rea, one convicted of a double parricide, quam vis etiam innocentem, though in truth out of the pair one innocent at least, she, occidisset, plainly had put to death, unde quaque, yet she altogether scaped, evasit impunis. See the case at length in Valerius, fittingly styled Maximus, that 8th book of his memorable Facts. Nor Cyriacus cites beside the mark, similiter uxorque mandaverat, just so a lady who had taken care, homicidium viri, that her lord be killed, ex denegatione debiti, for denegation of a certain debt, matrimonialis, he was loath to pay, fuit pecuniaria multa, was amerced in a pecuniary mulct, punita et ad penam, and to pains temporalem, for a certain space of time, in monasterio, in a convent. Ay, in monasterio. How he manages in with the ablative, the accusative! I had hoped to have hitched the villain into verse for a gift this very day, a complete list of the prepositions, each with proper case, telling a story long was in my head. What prepositions take the accusative? Ad, to, or at. Who saw the cat? Down to ob, for, because of, keep her claws off. Ah, law in a man takes the whole liberty. The muse is fettered, just as Ovid found. End of section 111. Section 112 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8, Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator. Continued. And now sea widens, and the coast is clear. What of the dubious act you bade excuse? Surely things brighten, till at length remains, so far from act that needs defence, apology to make for act delayed 1 minute, let alone 8 mortal months of hesitation. Why procrastinate? Out with it, my Bottinius, ease thyself. Right promptly done is twice right. Right delayed turns wrong. We grant you should have killed your wife, but on the moment, at the meeting her in company with a priest, then did the tongue of the brazen head give license. Time is now. You make your mind up, time is past. It peals. Friend, you are competent to mastery of the passions that confessedly explain an outbreak, yet allow an interval, and then break out as if time's clock still clanged. You have forfeited your chance, and flat you fall into the commonplace category of men bound to go softly all their days, obeying law. Now, which way make response? What was the answer Guido gave himself? That so to argue came of ignorance how honour bears a wound. For wound, said he, my body, and the smart is worst at first, while wound my soul, where honour sits and rules. Longer the sufferance, stronger grows the pain. 'Tis ex incontinenti, fresh as first. But try another tack, calm common sense by way of contrast, as too true, my lords, we did demur, a while did hesitate, yet husband sure should let a scruple speak ere he slay wife, for his own safety, lords. Carpers abound in this misjudging world. Moreover, there's a nicety in law that seems to justify them should they carp. Suppose the source of injury a son. Father may slay such son, yet run no risk. Why graced with such a privilege? Because a father so incensed with his own child, or must have reason, or believe he has? Quia semper, seeing that in such event, presumitur, the law is bound to suppose, quod capiat pater, that the sire must take bonum consilium pro filio, the best course as to what befits his boy, through instinct, ex instincto, of mere love, amoris, and paterni, fatherhood, quam confidentiam, which confidence non habet, law declines to entertain, de viro, of the husband. Where has he an instinct that compels him love his wife? Rather is he presumably her foe. So let him ponder long in this bad world ere do the simplest act of justice. But again, and here we brush Bottini's breast, object you. See the danger of delay? Suppose a man murdered my friend last month, Had I come up and killed him for his pains in rage, I had done right, allows the law. I meet him now and kill him in cold blood, I do wrong, equally allows the law. Wherein do actions differ, yours and mine? In plenitudine intellectus es? Hast thy wits, Fisc? To take such slayer's life, returns it life to thy slain friend at all? Had he stolen ring instead of stabbing friend, today, tomorrow, or next century, meeting the thief, thy ring upon his thumb, thou justifiably hadst wrung it thence. So, couldst thou wrench thy friend's life back again, though prisoned in the bosom of his foe? Why, law would look complacent on thy rush. Our case is that the thing we lost, we found. The honour we were robbed of 8 months since, being recoverable at any day by death of the delinquent. Go thy ways, ere thou hast learned law will be much to do, as said the rustic while he shod the goose. Nay, if you urge me, interval was none. From the inn to the villa, blank or else a bar of adverse and contrarious incident solid between us and our just revenge. What with the priest who flourishes his blade, the wife who like a fury flings at us, the crowd, and then the capture, the appeal to Rome, the journey there, the journey thence, the shelter at the house of Convertites, the visits to the villa, and so forth. Where was 1 minute left us all this while to put in execution that revenge we planned o' the instant? As it were, plumped down a round sound egg o' the spot some 8 months since, Rome, more propitious than our nest, should hatch. Object not! You reached Rome on Christmas Eve, and despite liberty to act at once, waited a week in decorous delay. Hath so the Molinism canker, lords, eaten to the bone? Is no religion left? No care for aught held holy by the Church? What, would you have us skip and miss those feasts o' the natal time? Must we go prosecute secular business on a sacred day? Should not the merest charity expect, setting our poor concerns aside for once, we hurried to the song matutinal i' the Sistine, and pressed forward for the mass the Cardinal that's Camerlengo chants? Then rushed on to the blessing of the hat and rapier, which the Pope sends to what prince has done most detriment to the infidel, and thereby whet our courage if 'twere blunt? Meantime, allow we kept the house a week, suppose not we were idle in our mew. Picture Count Guido raging here and there. Money, I need none. Friends, the world is null. Match me the white was on that shield of mine borne at, wherever might be shield to bear. I see my grandsire, he who fought so well at... Here find out and put in time and place of what might be a fight his grandsire fought. I see this, I see that. See to it all, or I shall scarce see lamb's fry in an hour. Not to the uncle, as I bid advance the smoking dish. This for your tender teeth, behoves us care a little for our kin. You, sir, who care so much for cousinship as come to your poor loving nephew's feast? He has the reversion of a long lease yet, land to bequeath. He loves lamb's fry, I know. End of section 112. Section 113 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator continued. Here fall to be considered those same 6 qualities, what Bottini needs must call so many aggravations of our crime, parasite growth upon mere murder's back. We summarily might dispose of such by some offhand and jaunty fling, some skit. So, since there's proved no crime to aggravate, a fico for your aggravations, Fisc. No, handle mischief rather. Play with spells were meant to raise a spirit, and laugh the while we show that did he rise, we are his match. Therefore, first aggravation, we made up, over and above our simple murdering selves, a regular assemblage of armed men, coadunatio armatorum. Unluckily, it was the very judge who sits in judgment on our cause today that passed the law as governor of Rome. 4 men armed, though for lawful purpose, mark, much more for an acknowledged crime, shall die. We 5 were armed to the teeth, meant murder too? Why, that's the very point that saves us, Fisc. Let me instruct you. Crime nor done nor meant, you punish still who arm and congregate. For why have used bad means to a good end? Crime being meant, not done, you punish still the means to crime. You haply pounce upon, though circumstance have balked you of their end. But crime not only compassed, but complete, meant and done too? Why, since you have the end, be that your sole concern, nor mind those means no longer to the purpose. Murdered we? Which that our luck was in the present case, quod contigisse in presenti casu, is palpable manibus palpatum est, make murder out against us, nothing less. Of many crimes committed with a view to one main crime, you overlook the less, intent upon the large. Suppose a man having in view commission of a theft, climb the town wall. 'Tis for the theft he hangs. Suppose you can convict him of such theft. Remitted whipping due to who climbs wall for bravery or wantonness alone, just to dislodge a daw's nest and no more. So I interpret you the manly mind of him the judge shall judge both you and me, the governor, who, being no babe, my Fisc, cannot have blundered on ineptitude. Next aggravation, that the arms themselves were specially of such forbidden sort through shape or length or breadth as prompt law plucks from single hand of solitary man, and makes him pay the carriage with his life. Delatio armorum, arms against the rule, contra formam constitutionis, of Pope Alexander's blessed memory. Such are the poignard, with the double prong, horn-like, when tines make bold the antlered buck, and all of brittle glass, for man to stab and break off short, and so let fragments stick fast in the flesh to baffle surgery. And such the Genoese blade, with hooks at edge, that did us service at the villa here. Sed parcat mihi tam eximius vir. But let so rare a personage forgive, Fisc, thy objection is a foppery. Thy charge runs that we kill 3 innocents. Killed, dost see? And if killed, what matter how? by stick or stone, by sword or dagger, tool long or tool short, round or triangular. Poor folks, they find small comfort in a choice. Means to an end, my fisc. Nature cries out, take the first arms you find. Furor ministrat arma. Where's a stone? Unde mi lapidem. Where darts for me? Unde sagittas. But subdue the bard and rationalize a little. 8 months since, had we, or had we not, incurred your blame for letting scape unpunished this bad pair? I think I proved that in last paragraph. Why did we so? Because our courage failed. Wherefore? Through lack of arms to fight the foe. We had no arms, or merely lawful ones, an unimportant sword and blunderbuss against a foe, polent in potency, the Ahasuerus and our vixen of a wife. Well then, how culpably do we gird loin and once more undertake the high emprise, unless we load ourselves this second time with handsome superfluity of arms, since, better say, too much than not enough, and plus non vitiat, too much does no harm, except in mathematics, sages say. Gather instruction from the parable. At first we are advised, a lad hath here 7 barley loaves and 2 small fishes. What is that among so many? Aptly asked. But put that question twice, and quite as apt the answer is, fragments 12 baskets full. And while we speak of superabundance, fling a word by the way to fools that cast their flout on Guido. Punishment exceeds offence. You might be just, but you were cruel too. If so you stigmatize the stern and strict, still he is not without excuse. May plead transgression of his mandate, overzeal o' the part of his companions. All he craved was they should fray the faces of the 3. Solum modo fasus est, he owns no more deduce mandatum than that he desired ad sphrysiandum dicam, that they hack and hew, i' the customary phrase, his wife, uxorem tantum, and no harm beside, if his instructions then be misconceived, nay, disobeyed, impute you blame to him? Cite me no panicolus to the point, as adverse. Oh, I quite expect his case. How certain noble youths of Sicily, having good reason to mistrust their wives, killed them and were absolved in consequence, while others who had gone beyond the need by mutilation of the paramour, so Galba in the Horatian satire grieved, these were condemned to the galleys, as for guilt exceeding simple murder of a wife. But why? Because of ugliness, and not cruelty, in the said revenge, I trow. Ex causa abscissionis partium, quia nempe id facientes reputantur naturae inimici. Man revolts against such as the natural enemy. Pray grant to one who meant to slit the nose and slash the cheek and slur the mouth, at most a somewhat more humane award than these. Objectum funditus corruit. Flat you fall, my fisc. I waste no kick on you, but pass. End of section 113. Section 114 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator. Continued. Third aggravation. That our act was done, not in the public street where safety lies, not in the by-place caution may avoid, wood, cavern, desert, spots contrived for crime, but in the very house, home, nook and nest of the victims murdered in their dwelling place, in domo ac habitatione propria, where all presumably is peace and joy. The spider, crime, pronounce we twice a pest when, creeping from congenial cottage, she taketh hold with her hands to horrify his household more i' the palace of the king. All three were housed and safe and confident. Moreover, the permission that our wife should have at length domum pro carcere, her own abode in place of prison, why, we ourselves granted, by our other self and proxy Paolo, did we make such grant meaning a lure? Elude the vigilance of the jailer, lead her to commodious death, while we ostensibly relented? Ay, just so did we, nor otherwise, my Fisc. Is vengeance lawful? We demand our right, but find it will be questioned or refused by jailer, turnkey, hangdog, what know we? Pray, how is it we should conduct ourselves to gain our private right? Break public peace, do you bid us? Trouble order with our broils? In danger, shall I shrink to own, ourselves? Who want no broken head nor bloody nose while busied slitting noses, breaking heads, from the first tipstaff shall please interfere. Nam quicquid sit, for howsoever it be, ande consensu nostro, if with leave or not, a monasterio from the nuns, educta esset, she had been led forth, potuimus id dissimulare. We may well have granted leave in pure pretence, ut additum abere, that thereby an entry we might compass, a free move, potuissemus, to her easy death, ad eam occidendam. Privacy of the hearth and sanctitude of home, say you? Would you give man's abode more privilege than God's? For in the churches where he dwells, in quibus assistit regum rex, by means of his essence, per essentiam, all the same, et nihil hominus, therein in eis, ex justa via delinquens, whoso dares to take a liberty on ground enough, is pardoned, excusatur, that's our case. Delinquent through befitting cause. You hold to punish a false wife in her own house is graver than, what happens every day, to hale a debtor from his hiding place in church protected by the sacrament? To this conclusion have I brought my Fisc. Foxes have holes, and fowls of the air their nests. Praise you the impiety that follows, Fisc? Shall false wife yet have where to lay her head? Contra fiscum definitum est. He's done. Surge et scribe. Make a note of it. If I may dally with Aquinas' word. Or in the death throe does he mutter still? Fourth aggravation, that we changed our garb and rusticized ourselves with uncouth hat, rough vest, and goatskin wrappage, murdered thus mutatione vestium in disguise, whereby mere murder got complexed with wile, turned homicidium ex insidiis. Fisc, how often must I round thee in the ears? All means are lawful to a lawful end. concede he had the right to kill his wife. The Count indulged in a travesty. Why? De la ut vindictam sumeret, that honour he might lawful vengeance take, commodius with more ease, et tutius and safelier, wants he warrant for the step? Read to thy prophet how the apostle once for ease and safety, when Damascus raged, was let down in a basket by the wall to scape the malice of the governor. Another sort of governor boasts Rome. Many are of opinion, covered close, concealed with, what except that very cloak he left behind at Troas afterward? I shall not add a syllable. Molinists may. Well, have we more to manage? Ay, indeed. Fifth aggravation. That our wife reposed sub potestate judicis, beneath protection of the judge. Her house was styled a prison, and his power became its guard in lieu of wall and gate and bolt and bar. This is a tough point. Shrewd, redoubtable, because we have to supplicate the judge shall overlook wrong done the judgment seat. Now I might suffer my own nose be pulled as man, but then as father, if the fist touched one hair of my boy who held my hand in confidence he could not come to harm crossing the Corso at my own desire, going to see those bodies in the church. What would you say to that, Don Giacinto? This is the sole and single knotty point. For bid Tomati blink his interest, you laud his magnanimity the while, but balk Tomati's office. He talks big. My predecessors in the place, those sons of the prophets that may hope succeed me here, shall I diminish their prerogative? Count Guido Franceschini's honour? Well, has the governor of Rome none? You perceive the cards are all against us. Make a push, kick over table, as our gamesters do. We, do you say, encroach upon the rights, deny the omnipotence of the judge forsooth? We, who have only been from first to last intent on that his purpose should prevail, nay, more, at times, anticipating both at risk of a rebuke? End of section 114. Section 115 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis, Pauperum Procurator. Continued. But wait a while. Cannot we lump this with the sixth and last of the aggravations, that the majesty of the sovereign here received a wound, to wit, lesa majestas, since our violence was out of envy to the course of law in odium litis? We cut short thereby 3 pending suits promoted by ourselves i' the main, which worsens crime, accedit ad exasperationem criminis. Yes, hear the eruptive wrath with full effect. How did not indignation chain my tongue, could I repel this last, worst charge of all? There is a porcupine to barbecue. Gigia can jug a rabbit well enough, with sour sweet sauce and pine pips, but good Lord, suppose the devil instigate the wench to stew, not roast him. Stew my porcupine. If she does, I know where his quill shall stick. Come, I must go myself and see to things. I cannot stay much longer stewing here. our stomach, our soul, is stirred within, and we want words. We wounded majesty? Fall under such a censure, we, who yearn so much that majesty dispel the cloud and shine on us with healing on its wings? We prayed the Pope, Majestas very self, to anticipate a little the tardy pack, bell us forth deep the authoritative bay should start the beagles into sudden yelp unisonous. And gospel leading law, grant there assemble in our own behoof a congregation, a particular court, a few picked friends of quality and place, to hear the several matters in dispute, causes big, little, and indifferent, bred of our marriage like a mushroom growth, all at once. Can one brush off such too soon? And so with laudable dispatch decide whether we, in the main, to sink detail, were one the Church should hold fast or let go. What? Take the credit from the law, you ask? Indeed we did. Law ducks to gospel here. Why should law gain the glory, and pronounce a judgment shall immortalize the Pope? Yes, our self-abnegating policy was Joab's. We would rouse our David's sloth, bid him encamp against a city, sack a place whereto ourselves had long laid siege, lest taking it at last, it take our name and be not Innocentinopolis. But no, the modesty was in alarm, the temperance refused to interfere, returned us our petition with the word ad judices suos, leave him to his judge, as who should say, why trouble my repose? Why consult Peter in a simple case? Peter's wife's sister in her fever fit might solve as readily as the apostle's self. Are my tribunals posed by aught so plain? Hath not my court a conscience? It is of age? Ask it. We do ask, but inspire reply to the court thou bidst me ask, as I have asked, O thou who vigilantly dost attend to even the few, the ineffectual words which rise from this our low and mundane sphere up to thy region, out of smoke and noise, seeking corroboration from thy nod who art all justice. Which means mercy too, in a low, noisy, smoky world like ours, where Adam's sin made peccable his seed. We venerate the father of the flock, whose last faint sands of life, the frittered gold, fall noiselessly, yet all too fast, o' the cone and tapering heap of those collected years. Never have these been hurried in their flow, though justice fain would jog reluctant arm, in eagerness to take the forfeiture of guilty life. Much less shall mercy sue in vain, that thou let innocence survive, precipitate no minim of the mass of the all so precious moments of thy life, by pushing Guido into death and doom. Our Cardinal engages read my speech. They say the Pope has 1/2 hour in 12 of something like a moderate return of the intellectuals, never much to lose. If I adroitly plant this passage there, the Fisc will find himself forestalled, I think, though he stand beat till the old eardrum break. Ah, boy of my own bowels, Giacinto, Wilt ever catch the knack? Requite the pains of poor Papa, become proficient too the how and why and when, the time to laugh, the time to weep, the time again to pray, and all the times prescribed by Holy Writ? Well, well, we fathers can but care, but cast our bread upon the waters. In a word, these secondary charges go to ground, since secondary, so superfluous, motes quite from the main point. We did all and some, little and much, adjunct and principal, causa honoris. Is there such a cause as the sake of honour? By that sole test try our action, nor demand it more or less. Because of the action's mode, we merit blame or maybe deserve praise. The court decides. Is the end lawful? It allows the means. What we may do, we may with safety do. And what means safety? We ourselves must judge. Put case, a person wrongs me past dispute. If my legitimate vengeance be a blow, mistrusting my bare arm can deal the same, I claim cooperation of a stick. Doubtful if stick be tough, I crave a sword. Diffident of ability in fence, I fee a friend, a swordsman to assist. Take one who may be coward, fool or knave, why not take 50? And if these exceed the due degree of drubbing, whom accuse but the first author of the aforesaid wrong, who put poor me to such a world of pains? Surgery would have just excised a wart. The patient made such pother, struggled so that the sharp instrument sliced nose and all. Taunt us not that our friends performed for pay. For us, enough were simple honour's sake. Give country clowns the dirt they comprehend, the piece of gold, our reasons, which suffice ourselves, be ours alone. Our piece of gold be, to the rustic, reason and to spare. We must translate our motives like our speech into the lower phrase that suits the sense of the limitedly apprehensive. Let each level have its language. Heaven speaks first to the angel, then the angel tames the word down to the ear of Talbot. He, in turn, diminishes the message to his dog. And finally, that dog finds how the flea, which else importunate might check his speed, shall learn its hunger must have holiday. How many varied sorts of language here, each following each with pace to match the step. Aud passibus equis. End of section 115. Section 116 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8, Dominus Giacintus de Archangelis, Pauperum, Procurator, continued. Talking of which flea reminds me, I must put in special word for the poor humble following, the four friends, Sicarii, our assassins in your charge. Ourselves are safe in your approval now, yet must we care for our companions, plead the cause of the poor, the friends of old world faith, who are in tribulation for our sake. Pauperum procurator is my style. I stand forth as the poor man's advocate, and when we treat of what concerns the poor, et cum agatur de pauperibus, in bondage carceratis, for their sake in eorum causis, natural piety, pietas, ever ought to win the day, triumphare debet, quia ipsi sunt, because those very paupers constitute thesaurus Christi, all the wealth of Christ. Nevertheless, I shall not hold you long with multiplicity of proofs, nor burn candle at noontide, clarify the clear. There beams a case refulgent from our books, Castrensis Butringarius. Everywhere I find it burn to dissipate the dark. 'Tis this: a husband had a friend, which friend seemed to him over friendly with his wife in thought and purpose. I pretend no more. To justify suspicion or dispel, he bids his wife make show of giving heed, semblance of sympathy, propose, in fine, a secret meeting in a private place. The friend, enticed thus, finds an ambuscade, to wit, the husband posted with a pack of other friends, who fall upon the first and beat his love and life out both at once. These friends were brought to question for their help. Law ruled, the husband being in the right, who helped him in the right, can scarce be wrong. Opinio, an opinion every way, multum tenenda cordi, heart should hold. When the inferiors follow as befits the lead of the principal, they change their name, and non dicuntur are no longer called his mandatories, mandatorii, but helpmates, sed auxiliatores, since to that degree does honour's sake lend aid, a Deo honoris causa est efficax. That not alone, non solum, does it pour itself out, se diffundat. On mere friends we bring to do our bidding of this sort in mandatorios simplices, but sucks along with it in wide and generous whirl, sed etiam assassinii qualitate qualificatos, people qualified by the quality of assassination's self. Dare I make use of such neologism? Ut utar verbo. Haste we to conclude. Of the other points that favour, leave some few for Spreti, such as the delinquent's youth. One of them falls short by some months, of age fit to be managed by the gallows. Two may plead exemption from our laws of ward, being foreigners, subjects of the Grand Duke. I spare that bone to Spreti, and reserve myself the juicier breast of argument, flinging the breastblade i' the face of the Fisc, who furnished me the tidbit. He must needs play off his armoury and rack the clowns. And they, at instance of the rack, confessed all four unanimously, did resolve that night of the murder, in brief minutes snatched behind the back of Guido as he fled, that, since he had not kept his promise, paid the money for the murder on the spot, and reaching home again, might even ignore the past or pay it in improper coin, they one and all resolved, these hopeful friends, they would inaugurate the morrow's light, having recruited strength with needful rest, by killing Guido as he lay asleep pillowed by wallet which contained their fee. I thank the fisc for knowledge of this fact. What fact could hope to make more manifest their rectitude, Guido's integrity? For who fails recognize apparent here that these poor rustics bore no envy, hate, malice, nor yet uncharitableness against the people they had put to death? In them did such an act reward itself? All done was to deserve their simple pay, obtain the bread they earned by sweat of brow. Missing this pay, they missed of everything, hence claimed it, even at expense of life to their own lord. So little warped were they by prepossession, such the absolute instinct of equity in rustic souls. While he, the Count, the cultivated mind, he, wholly wrapped in his serene regard of honour, as who contemplates the sun and hardly minds what tapers blink below, he, dreaming of no argument for death except the vengeance worthy noble hearts, would be to desecrate the deed forsooth, vulgarise vengeance, as defray its cost by money dug out of the dirty earth, mere irritant, in Maro's phrase, to ill? What though he lured base hinds by lucre's hope, the only motive they could masticate, milk for babes, not strong meat which men require? The deed done, those coarse hands were soiled enough. He spared them the pollution of the pay. So much for the allegement. Thine, my fisc, quo nil absurdius, than which not more mad, excogitari potest, may be squeezed from out the cogitative brain of thee. End of section 116. Section 117 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8, Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis, Pauperum Procurator, continued. And now, thou excellent, the governor, push to the peroration. Ceterum enixe supplico, I strive in prayer, ut Dominis meis, that unto the court, benigna fronte, with a gracious brow, et oculis serenis, and mild eyes, perpendere placeat, it may please them way, quod Dominus Guido, that our noble Count, occidit, did the killing in dispute, ut eius honor tumulatus, that the honour of him buried fathom deep in infamy, in infamia, might arise, resurgeret, as ghosts break sepulchre. Occidit, for he killed uxorem wife, quia illi fuit, since she was to him opprobrio, a disgrace and nothing more, et genitores, killed her parents too, who posposita verecundia, having thrown off all sort of decency, filiam repudiarunt, had renounced their daughter, atque declarare non erubuerunt, nor felt blush-tinged cheek, declaring meretricis genitam esse, she was the offspring of a drab, ut ipse dehonestaretur, just that so himself might lose his social rank. cujus mentem, and which daughter's heart and soul they perverterunt, turned from the right course, et ad illicitos amores non dum taxat pellexerunt, and to love not simply did alluringly incite, sed vi obedientiae, but by force of the duty filialis, daughters coegerunt, forced and drove her to the deed, occidit, I repeat, he killed the clan, ne scilicet amplius in dedecore, lest peradventure longer life might trail, viveret link by link his turpitude in visus consanguineis, hateful so to kith and kindred, a nobilibus notatus, shunned by men of quality, relictus ab amicis, left to the lurch by friends, ab omnibus derisus, turned a common hack block to try edge of jokes. Occidit, and he killed them here in Rome, in urbe, the eternal city, sirs, nempeque alias spectata est, the appropriate theatre which witnessed once matronam nobilem, Lucretia's self, abluere pudicitiae maculas, wash off the spots of her pudicity, sanguine proprio, with her own pure blood, que vidit, and which city also saw, patrem Virginius undequaque, quite impunem, with no sort of punishment, nor et non illaudatum, lacking praise, sed polluentem parricidio, imbrue his hands with butchery, filiae of chaste Virginia, to avoid a rape ne raperetur ad stupra. So to heart, tanti illi cordi fuit, did he take, suspicio, the mere fancy men might have, honoris amittendi, of fame's loss, ut potius voluerit filia urbari, that he chose to lose his child, quam illa incederet, rather than she walk the ways an inhonesta, child disgraced, licet non sponte, though against her will. Occidit, kill them, I reiterate, in propria domo, in their own abode, ut adultera et parentes, that each wretch conscii agnoscerent, might both see and say, nullum locum, there's no place, nullumque esse asilum, nor yet refuge of escape, impenetrabilem, shall serve as bar, honore leso, to the wounded one in honour, neveibio propria continuarentur. Kill them on the spot, moreover, dreading lest within those walls the opprobrium peradventure be prolonged, et domusque testis fuit turpium, and that the domicile which witnessed crime, esset et pene, might watch punishment. Occidit, killed, I round you in the ears, quia alio modo, since by other mode, non poterat eius existimatio, there was no possibility his fame, lesa, gashed, grisly, tam enormiter, ducere cicatrices, might be healed. Occidit ut exemplum praeberit uxoribus, killed her so to lessen wives, jura conjugii, that the marriage oath, esse servanda, must be kept henceforth. Occidit denique, killed her, in a word, ut propose honestus viveret, that he, please God, might creditably live sin minus. But if fate willed otherwise, proprii honoris, of his outraged fame, offensi by manaia, if you please. commiseranda victima caderet, the pitiable victim he should fall. Done! I' the rough, but done! And lo, landed and stranded lies my very own, my miracle, my monster of defence, Leviathan into the nose whereof I have put fish hook, pierced his jaw with thorn, and given him to my maidens for a play. I' the rough, to-morrow I review my piece, tame here and there undue floridity. It's hard. You have to plead before these priests and poke at them with scripture, or you pass for heathen and, what's worse, for ignorant of the quality of the court and what it likes by way of illustration of the law. To-morrow stick in this and throw out that, and having first ecclesiasticized, regularize the whole, next emphasize, then Latinize, and lastly Cicero-ize, giving my fisc his finish. There's my speech. And where's my fry and family and friends? Where's that old Giacinto I mean to hug till he cries out, "Iam satis, let me breathe"? Oh, what an evening have I earned today! Hail, ye true pleasures, all the rest are false. Oh, the old mother, oh, the fattish wife, rogue Giacinto shall put on paper toque, and wrap himself around with mamma's veil done up to imitate papa's black robe. I'm in the secret of the comedy, part of the programme leaked out long ago, and call himself the advocate of the poor, mimic Don Father that defends the Count, and for reward shall have a small full glass of manly red rosolio to himself, always provided that he conjugate bibo, I drink, correctly, nor be found make the perfectum bipsi as last year. How the ambitious do so harden heart as lightly hold by these home sanctitudes, to me is a matter of bewilderment. Bewilderment! Because ambition's range is nowise tethered by domestic tie. Am I refused an outlet from my home to the world's stage, whereon a man should play the man in public, vigilant for law, zealous for truth, a credit to his kind? Nay, through the talent so employed as yield the Lord his own again with usury, a satisfaction, yea, to God himself. Well, I have modelled me by Agur's wish. Remove far from me vanity and lies, feed me with food convenient for me. What i' the world should a wise man require beyond? Can I but coax the good fat little wife to tell her fool of a father of the prank his scapegrace nephew played this time, last year at Carnival? He could not choose, I think, but modify that inconsiderate gift of the cup and cover. Somewhere in the will under the pillow, someone seems to guess. Correct that clause in favour of a boy the trifle ought to grace with name engraved, would look so well produced in years to come, to pledge a memory when poor papa Latin and law are long since laid at rest. Giacinto dono deditavus. Why, the wife should get a necklace for her pains, the very pearls that made Violante proud, and Pietro pawned for half their value once, redeemable by somebody, Ne sit maritaque rotundioribus onusta mammis bacis ambulet. Her bosom shall display the big round balls. No braver should be borne by wedded wife. With which Horatian promise I conclude. Into the pigeonhole with thee, my speech! Off and away, first work, then play, play, play! Bottini, burn your books, you blazing ass! Sing tra-la-la for lambkins, we must live! End of section 117. End of chapter 8. Section 118 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9. Juris Doctor Johannes-Baptista Bottinius. Reverende Camere Apostolice Advocatus. Had I God's leave, how I would alter things! If I might read instead of print my speech, ay, and enliven speech with many a flower refuses obstinately blow in print as wildings planted in a prim parterre. This scurvy room were turned an immense hall, opposite 50 judges in a row. This side and that of me, for audience, Rome, and where yon window is, the Pope should be. Watch, curtained, but yet visibly enough. A buzz of expectation. Through the crowd, jingling his chain and stumping with his staff, up comes an usher, louts him low. The court requires the allocution of the fisc. I rise, I bend, I look about me, pause o'er the hushed multitude. I count 1, 2. Have ye seen, judges? Have ye, lights of law, when it may hap some painter, much in vogue throughout our city, nutritive of arts, ye summoned to a task shall test his worth, and manufacture, as he knows and can, a work may decorate a palace wall, afford my lords their holy family. Hath it escaped the acumen of the court how much a painter sets himself to paint? Suppose that Joseph, Mary and her babe a journeying to Egypt prove the piece. Why, first he sedulously practiseth, this painter, girding loin and lighting lamp, on what may nourish eye, make facile hand, getteth him studies, styled by draftsmen so, from some assistant corpse of Jew or Turk, or, happily, Molinist, he cuts and carves, this Luca or this Carlo or the like. To him the bones their inmost secret yield, each notch and nodule signify their use. On him the muscles turn in triple tier, and pleasantly entreat the entrusted man. Familiarize thee with our play that lifts thus, and thus lowers again leg, arm, and foot, ensuring due correctness in the nude. Which done, is all done? Not a whit, ye know. He, to art's surface rising from her depth, if some flax-polled soft-bearded sire be found, may simulate a Joseph, happy chance! Limneth exact each wrinkle of the brow, loseth no involution, cheek or chap, till lo, in black and white, the senior lives! Is it a young and comely peasant nurse that poseth? be the phrase accorded me, each feminine delight of florid lip, eyes brimming o'er and brow bowed down with love, marmoreal neck and bosom uberous. Glad on the paper, in a trice they go to help his notion of the mother maid. Methinks I see it, chalk a little stumped. Yea, and her babe, that flexure of soft limbs, that budding face imbued with dewy sleep, contribute each an excellence to Christ. Nay, since he humbly lent companionship, even the poor ass, unpanniered and elate stands, perks an ear up, he a model too, while clouted shoon, staff, scrip, and water-gourd. Aught may betoken travel, heat and haste. No jot nor tittle of these but in its turn ministers to perfection of the piece. Till now, such piece before him, part by part, such prelude ended, pause our painter may, submit his 50 studies one by one, and in some sort boast, I have served my lords. But what? And hath he painted once this while? Or when ye cry, produce the thing required, show us our picture shall rejoice its niche, thy journey through the desert done in oils. What, doth he fall to shuffling mid his sheets, fumbling for first this, then the other fact consigned to paper? Studies, bear the term, and stretch a canvas, mix a pot of paste, and fasten here a head and there a tail. The ass hath one, my judges, so dovetail, or rather ass-tail, in, piece sorrily out, by bits of reproduction of the life, the picture, the expected family? I trow not. Do I miss with my conceit the mark, my lords? Not so my lords were served. Rather, your artist turns abrupt from these, and preferably buries him and broods, quite away from aught vulgar and extern, on the inner spectrum, filtered through the eye, his brain deposit, bred of many a drop, e pluribus unum, and the wiser he, for in that brain their fancy sees at work, could my lords peep indulged. Results alone, not processes which nourish the result, would they discover and appreciate. Life fed by digestion, not raw food itself, no gobbets, but smooth, comfortable chyme, secreted from each snapped-up crudity. Less distinct part by part, but in the whole truer to the subject, the main central truth and soul of the picture, would my judges spy. Not those mere fragmentary studied facts which answer to the outward frame and flesh, not this nose, not that eyebrow, the other fact of man's staff, woman's stole or infant's clout, but lo, a spirit birth conceived of flesh, truth rare and real, not transcripts, fact and false. The studies for his pupils and himself. The picture be for our eximious Rome, and, who knows, satisfy its governor, whose new wing to the villa he hath bought, God give him joy of it, by Capena, soon 'tis bruited, shall be glowing with the brush of who hath long surpassed the Florentine, the Urbinate, and, what if I dared add, even his master, yea, the Cortonese, I mean the accomplished Ciro Ferri, sirs. Did not he die? I'll see before I print. End of section 118. Section 119 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Johannes-Baptista Bottinius, continued. End we exordium. Phaebus plucks my ear. Thus then, Just so, and no whit otherwise, have I, engaged as I were Ciro's self, to paint a parallel, a family, the patriarch Pietro with his wise old wife to boot, as if one introduced Saint Anne by bold conjecture to complete the group, and juvenile Pompilia with her babe, who, seeking safety in the wilderness, were all surprised by Herod, while outstretched in sleep beneath the palm tree by a spring, and killed, the very circumstance I paint, moving the pity and terror of my lords. Exactly so have I, a month at least, your fiscal, made me cognizant of facts, searched out, pried into, pressed the meaning forth of every piece of evidence in point, how bloody Herod slew these innocents, until the glad result is gained, the group demonstrably presented in detail, their slumber and his onslaught like as life. Yea, and, availing me of help allowed by law, discreet provision lest my lords be too much troubled by effrontery, the rack law plies suspected crime withal, law that hath listened while the lyrist sang Lene tormentum ingenio admoves. Gently thou joggest by a twinge the wit. Plerumque duro, else were slow to blab. Through this concession my full cup runs o'er. The guilty owns his guilt without reserve. Therefore by part and part I clutch my case which, in entirety now, momentous task, my lords demand, so render them I must. Since, one poor pleading more and I have done. But shall I ply my papers, play my proofs, parade my studies, 50 in a row, as though the court were yet in pupilage, and not the artist's ultimate appeal? Much rather let me soar the height prescribed and, bowing low, proffer my picture's self. No more of proof, disproof. Such virtue was, such vice was never in Pompilia. Now, far better say, behold Pompilia! For I leave the family as unmanageable, and stick to just one portrait, but life-size. Hath calumny imputed to the fair a blemish, mole on cheek or wart on chin? Much more, blind hidden horrors best unnamed? Shall I descend to prove you point by point Never was knock-knee known nor splay-foot found In Phryne? I must let the portrait go, content me with the model I believe. I prove this, an indignant sweep of hand, Dash at and doing away with drapery, And use your eyes, Athenians, smooth she smiles. Or, since my client can no longer smile, and more appropriate instances abound, what is this tale of Tarquin, how the slave was caught by him, preferred to Collatine? Thou, even from thy corpse clothes virginal, look'st the lie dead, Lucretia. Thus at least I, by the guidance of antiquity, our one infallible guide, now operate, sure that the innocency shown is safe, sure too that while I plead the echoes cry, lend my weak voice thy trump sonorous fame. Monstrosity the Phrynian shape shall mar, Lucretia's soul comport with Tarquin's lie, When thistles grow on vines or thorns yield figs, Or oblique sentence leave this judgment seat. A great theme, may my strength be adequate! For, paint Pompilia, dares my feebleness? How did I unaware engage so much, Find myself undertaking to produce A faultless nature in a flawless form? What's here? Oh, turn aside, nor dare the blaze Of such a crown, such constellation, say, As jewels here thy front, humanity! First, infancy pellucid as a pearl, Then childhood, stone which, dewdrop at the first, An old conjecture, sucks by dint of gaze, Blue from the sky and turns to sapphire: so, yet both these gems eclipsed by last and best Womanliness and wifehood opaline, Its milk-white pallor, chastity, suffused With here and there a tint and hint of flame Desire the lapidary loves to find. Such jewels bind conspicuously thy brow, Pompilia, infant, child, maid, woman, wife, Crown the ideal in our earth at last. What should a faculty like mine do here? Close eyes, or else the rashlier hurry hand? Which is to say, lose no time, but begin. Sermocinando ne declamem, sirs, ultra clepsydram, as our preachers say, lest I exceed my hourglass. Whereupon, as Flaccus prompts, I dare the epic plunge. Begin at once with marriage, up till when little or nothing would arrest your love. In the easeful life for the lady, lamb and lamb, how do they differ? No one? You know all manners of maidenhood. Mere maiden, she. And since all lambs are like in more than fleece, prepare to find that, lamb-like, she too frisks. The weaker sex, my lords, the weaker sex, to whom the Teian teaches us for gift, not strength, man's dower, but beauty nature gave. Beauty in lieu of spears, in lieu of shields. And what is beauty's sure concomitant? Nay, intimate essential character, but melting wiles, deliciousest deceits, the whole redoubted armoury of love. Therefore, of vernal pranks, dishevellings o' the hair of youth that dances April in, and easily imagined Hebe slips or sward, which May makes over smooth for foot. These shall we pry into, or wiselier wink, though numerous and dear they may have been. End of section 119. Section 120 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9. Juris Doctor Johannes-Baptista Bottinius. Continued. For lo, advancing Hymen and his pomp discedunt nunc amores, love's farewell. Maneat amor, let love the soul remain. Farewell to dewiness and prime of life. Remains the rough, determined day. Dance done, to work with plough and harrow. What comes next? 'Tis Guido henceforth guides Pompilia's step, cries "No more friskings o'er the foodful glebe, "Else ware the whip!" Accordingly, first crack o' the thong, we hear that his young wife was barred, cohibita fuit, from the old free life, vitam liberiorem ducere. Demur we nowise. Heifer brave the hind? We seek not there should lapse the natural law, the proper piety to lord and king and husband. Let the heifer bear the yoke. Only I crave he cast not patience off. This hind, for deem you she endures the whip, Nor winces at the goad, nay restive kicks? What if the adversary's charge be just, And all untowardly she pursue her way With groan and grunt, though hind strike ne'er so hard? If petulant remonstrance made appeal Unseasonable or protracted, if importunate challenge taxed the public ear When silence more decorously had served for protestation, if Pompilian plaint wrought but to aggravate Guidonian ire, why, such mishaps, ungainly though they be, Ever companion change, are incident To altered modes and novelty of life. The philosophic mind expects no less, Smilingly knows and names the crisis, Sits waiting till old things go and new arrive. Therefore I hold a husband but inept Who turns impatient at such transit time, As if thus running from the rod would last. Since, even while I speak, the end is reached, Success awaits the soon disheartened man, The parents turn their backs and leave the house, The wife may wail, but none shall intervene. He hath attained his object. Groom and bride partake the nuptial bower, No soul to see. Old things are past, and all again is new. Over and gone the obstacles to peace, Novorum! Tenderly the Mantuan turns the expression, Some such purpose in his eye. Nascitur ordo! Every storm is laid, and forth from plain Each pleasant herb may peep, each bloom Of wifehood in abeyance late, confer a passage in the canticles. But what if, as 'tis wont with plant and wife, Flowers, after a suppression to good end, Still, when they do spring forth, sprout here, spread there, Anywhere likelier than beneath the foot O' the lawful good man gardener of the ground? He dug and dibbled, sowed and watered, still 'tis a chance wayfarer shall pluck the increase. Just so, respecting persons not too much, The lady, foes allege, put forth each charm And proper floweret of feminity To whosoever had a nose to smell Or breast to deck. What if the charge be true? The fault were graver had she looked with choice, Fastidiously appointed who should grasp, Who, in the whole town, go without the prize. To nobody she destined donative, But first come was first served, the accuser saith. Put case her sort of, in this kind, escapes Were many and oft and indiscriminate, Impute ye as the action were prepense, The gift particular, arguing malice so? Which butterfly of the wide air shall brag, I was preferred to Guido, when 'tis clear the cup he quaffs at lay with olent breast open to gnat, midge, bee, and moth as well? One chalice entertained the company, and if its peevish lord object the more, mistake, misname such bounty in a wife, haste we to advertise him charm of cheek, lustre of eye, allowance of the lip, all womanly components in a spouse. These are no household bread each stranger's bite leaves by so much diminished for the mouth of the master of the house at supper time, but rather like a lump of spice they lie, morsel of myrrh, which scents the neighbourhood, yet greets its lord no lighter by a grain. Nay, even so he shall be satisfied. Concede we there was reason in his wrong, grant we his grievance, and content the man. For lo, Pompilia, she submits herself. Ere 3 revolving years have crowned their course, off and away she puts this same reproach of lavish bounty, inconsiderate gift of the sweets of wifehood stored to other ends. No longer shall he blame, she none excludes, but substitute she laudably sees all, searches the best out and selects the same. For who is here? Long sought and latest found, waiting his turn, unmoved amid the whirl, constans in levitate. Ha, my lords, calm in his levity, indulge the quip, since 'tis a Levite bears the bell away, parades him henceforth as Pompilia's choice. 'Tis no ignoble object, husband, doubt'st, when here comes tripping Flaccus with his phrase, trust me, no miscreant singled from the mob, crede non illum tibi de celesta, plebe delectum, but a man of mark, a priest, dost hear? Why then submit thyself. Priest, ay, and very phaenix of such fowl, well born, of culture, young and vigorous, comely too, since precise the precept points, on the selected Levite be there found not mole nor scar nor blemish, lest the mind come all uncandid through the thwarting flesh. Was not the son of Jesse ruddy, sleek, pleasant to look on, pleasant every way? Since well he smote the harp and sweetly sang, and danced till Abigail came out to see, and seeing smiled and smiling ministered, the raisin duster and the cake of figs. With ready meal refreshed the gifted youth, till Nabal, who was absent shearing sheep, felt heart sink, took to bed, discreetly done, they might have been beforehand with him else, and died. Would Guido had behaved as well! But the faith of early days is gone. Eu prisca fides. Nothing died in him save courtesy, good sense, and proper trust, which, when they ebb from souls they should o'erflow, discover stub, weed, sludge, and ugliness. The Pope, you know, is Neapolitan and relishes a seaside simile. Deserted by each charitable wave, Guido, left high and dry, shows jealous now. Jealous avouched, paraded, tax the fool with any peccadillo, he responds, truly I beat my wife through jealousy, imprisoned her and punished otherwise, being jealous, now would threaten, sword in hand, now manage to mix poison in her sight, and so forth, jealously I dealt in fine. Concede the fact, and what remains to prove? Have I to teach my masters what effect hath jealousy, and how, befooling men, it makes false true, abuses eye and ear, turns the mist adamantine, loads with sound silence, and into void and vacancy crowds a whole phalanx of conspiring foes? Therefore, who owns, "I watched with jealousy my wife," adds, for no reason in the world. What need that who says madman should remark the thing he thought a serpent proved an eel? Perchance the right Comachian 6 foot length, and not an inch too long for that same pie. Master Arcangeli has heard of such, whose succulence makes fasting bearable, meant to regale some moody splenetic who pleases to mistake the donor's gift, and spies I know not what Lernaean snake i' the luscious Lenten creature, stamps, forsooth, the dainty in the dust. End of section 120. Section 121 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Johannes-Baptista Bottinius continued. Enough! Prepare! His loon's announced for downright lunacy. Insanit homo, threat succeeds to threat. And blow redoubles blow, his wife the block. But if a block, shall not she jar the hand that buffets her? The injurious idle stone rebounds and fits the head of him who flung. Causeless rage breeds i' the wife now rageful cause. Tyranny wakes rebellion from its sleep. Rebellion, say I? Rather self-defence. Laudable wish to live and see good days. Pricks our Pompilia on to fly the foe by any means. At any price, nay more, nay most of all, i' the very interest of the foe, that, baffled by his blind desire at any price, is trulius victor so. Shall he effect his crime and lose his soul? No, dictates duty to a loving wife. Far better that the unconsummate blow, adroitly baulked by her, should back again, correctively admonish his own pate. Crime then, the court is with me? She must crush. How crush it? By all efficacious means. And these, why, what in a woman should they be? With horns the bull, with teeth the lion fights. To woman, quoth the lyrist, quoted late, nor teeth nor horns, but beauty nature gave. Pretty the pagan! Who dares blame the use of the armoury thus allowed for natural? Exclaim against a seeming dubious play o' the sole permitted weapon, spear and shield alike, resorted to i' the circumstance by poor Pompilia? Grant she somewhat plied arts that allure, the magic nod and wink, the witchery of gesture, spell of word, whereby the likelier to enlist this friend, yet stranger, as a champion on her side? Such, being but mere man, 'twas all she knew, must be made sure by beauty's silken bond, the weakness that subdues the strong and bows wisdom alike and folly. Grant the tale o' the husband, which is false, foreproved and true, to the letter, or the letters, I should say, the abominations he professed to find and fix upon Pompilia and the priest, allow them hers. For though she could not write, in early days of Eve-like innocence that plucked no apple from the knowledge tree, yet at the serpent's word Eve plucks and eats and knows, especially how to read and write. And so Pompilia, as the move of the maw, quoth Perseus, makes a parrot bid good day, a crow salute the concave, and a pie endeavour at proficiency in speech, so she, through hunger after fellowship, may well have learned, though late, to play the scribe. As indeed, there's one letter on the list explicitly declares did happen here. "You thought my letters could be none of mine," she tells her parents, "mine, who wanted skill, but now I have the skill, and write, you see." She needed write love letters, so she learned negatas artifex sequi voces. Though this letter no wise scapes the common lot, but lies i' the condemnation of the rest, found by the husband's self who forged them all. Yet for the sacredness of argument, for this once an exemption shall it plead. Anything to let the wheels of argument run glibly to their goal. Concede she wrote, which were preposterous, this and the other epistle, what of it? Where does the figment touch her candid fame? Being in peril of her life, my life not an hour's purchase, as the letter runs, and having but one stay in this extreme and out of the wide world, a single friend, what could she other than resort to him? And how with any hope resort but thus? Shall modesty dare bid a stranger brave danger, disgrace, nay death in her behalf, think to entice the sternness of the steel save by the magnet moves the manly mind? Most of all when such mind is hampered so by growth of circumstance athwart the life o' the natural man, that decency forbids he stoop and take the common privilege, say frank, I love, as all the vulgar do. A man is wedded to philosophy, married to statesmanship. A man is old, a man is fettered by the foolishness he took for wisdom and talked 10 years since. A man is, like our friend the Canon here, a priest, and wicked if he break his vow. He dare to love, who may be Pope one day? Suppose this man could love, though, all the same, from what embarrassment she sets him free should one, a woman he could love, speak first. 'Tis I who break reserve, begin appeal, confess that, whether you love me or no, I love you. What an ease to dignity, what help of pride from the hard-backed chair down to the carpet where the kittens bask! All under the pretence of gratitude. End of section 121. Section 122 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9. Juris Doctor Johannes-Baptista Bottinius, continued. From all which I deduce, the lady here was bound to proffer nothing short of love to the priest whose service was to save her. What? Shall she propose him lucre, dust o' the mine, rubbish o' the rock, some diamond, muckworm's prize? Or pearl secreted by a sickly fish? Scarcely! She caters for a generous taste. 'Tis love shall beckon, beauty bid to breast, Till all the Samsons sink into the snare. Because, permit the end, permit therewith means to the end. How say you, good my lords? I hope you heard my adversary ring the changes on this precept. Now let me reverse the peal. Quia dato licito fine ad illum assequendum ordinata non sunt damnanda media. Licit end enough was the escape from death. I hope to legalize the means illicit else of feigned love, false allurement, fancied fact. Thus Venus losing Cupid on a day, see that idyllium moschi, seeking help in the anxiety of motherhood, allowably promised. Who shall bring report where he is wandered to, my winged babe? I give him for reward a nectared kiss. But who brings safely back the truant self? His be a supersweet, makes kiss seem cold. Are not these things writ for example's sake? To such permitted motive, then, refer all those professions, else were hard explain of hope, fear, jealousy, and the rest of love. He is Myrtillus, Amaryllis she. She burns, he freezes, all a mere device to catch and keep the man may save her life, whom otherwise nor catches she nor keeps. Worst once is best now. In all faith she feigns, feigning the liker innocence to guilt, the truer to the life in what she feigns. How if Ulysses, when for public good he sunk particular qualms and played the spy, entered Troy's hostile gate in beggar's garb, how if he first had boggled at this clout, grown dainty o'er that clack dish? Grime is grace to whoso gropes amid the dung for gold. Hence, beyond promises, we praise each proof that promise was not simply made to break, no moonshine structure meant to fade at dawn. So call proofs consequent and requisite what enemies allege of, more than words, deeds, meeting at the window, twilight tryst, nocturnal entertainment in the dim old labyrinthine palace, lies we know, inventions we, long since turned inside out. Would such external semblance of intrigue demonstrate that intrigue must lurk perdu? Does every hazel sheath disclose a nut? He were a Molinus to dare maintain that midnight meetings in a screened alcove must argue folly in a matron, since so would he bring a slur on Judith's self, commended beyond women that she lured the lustful to destruction through his lust. Pompilia took not Judith's liberty. No falchion find you in her hand to smite, no damsel to convey the head in dish of Holofernes, style the canon so. Or is it the Count? If I entangle me with my similitudes, if wax wings melt and earthward down I drop, not mine the fault, blame your beneficence, O court, O sun, whereof the beamy smile affects my flight. What matter, so Pompilia's fame revive I' the warmth that proves the bane of Icarus? Yea, we have shown it lawful, Necessary Pompilia leave her husband, seek the house o' the parents, and because 'twixt home and home lies a long road with many a danger rife, lions by the way and serpents in the path, to rob and ravish, much behoves she keep each shadow of suspicion from fair fame, for her own sake much, but for his sake more, the ingrate husband. Evident shall be, some witness to the world, how white she walks i' the mire she wanders through, ere Rome she reach. And who so proper witness as a priest? Gainsay ye? Let me hear who dares gainsay. I hope we still can punish heretics. Give me the man, I say with him of Gath, that we may fight together. None, I think. The priest is granted me. Then, if a priest, one juvenile and potent, else mayhap that dragon our Saint George would slay, slays him, and should fair face accompany strong hand, the more complete equipment, nothing mars work, else praiseworthy, like a bodily flaw i' the worker, as 'tis said Saint Paul himself deplored the check o' the puny presence, still cheating his fulmination of its flash, albeit the bolt therein went true to oak. Therefore the agent, as prescribed, she takes, a priest, juvenile, potent, handsome too, in all obedience. Good, you grant again. Do you? I would ye were the husband, lords! How prompt and facile might departure be! How boldly would Pompilia and the priest march out of door, spread flag at beat of drum, but that inapprehensive Guido grants neither premise nor yet conclusion here, and, purblind, dreads a bear in every bush. For his own quietude and comfort, then, means must be found for flight in masquerade, at hour when all things sleep, save jealousy. Right, judges! Therefore shall the lady's wit supply the boon thwart nature balks him of, and do him service with the potent drug. Helen's nepenthe, as my lords opine, shall respite blessedly each frittered nerve o' the much enduring man. Accordingly there lies he, duly dosed and sound asleep, relieved of woes, or reel or raved about. While soft she leaves his side, he shall not wake, nor stop who steals away to join her friend, nor do him mischief, should he catch that friend intent on more than friendly office, nay, nor get himself raw head and bones laid bare in payment of his apparition. End of section 122. Section 123 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Johannes-Baptista Bottinius, continued. Thus would I defend the step, were the thing true, which is a fable. See my former speech, that Guido slept, who never slept a wink, through treachery, an opiate from his wife, who not so much as knew what opiates mean. Now she may start, but a stoppage still. A journey is an enterprise which costs, as in campaigns we fight and others pay. Suis expensis, nemo militat. 'Tis Guido's self we guard from accident, ensuring safety to Pompilia, versed nowise in misadventures by the way, hard riding and rough quarters, the rude fare, the unready host. What magic mitigates each plague of travel to the unpractised wife? Money, sweet sirs, and were the fiction fact, she helped herself thereto with liberal hand from out the husband's store. What fitter use was ever husband's money destined to? With bag and baggage, thus did Dido once decamp, for more authority, a queen. So is she fairly on her route at last, prepared for either fortune. Nay, and if the priest, now all aglow with enterprise, cool somewhat presently when fades the flush o' the first adventure, clouded o'er belike by doubts, misgivings how the day may die, though born with such auroral brilliance, if the brow seem over-pensive and the lip 'gin lag, and lose the prattle lightsome late, vanquished by tedium of a prolonged jaunt in a close carriage or a jolting road, with only one young female substitute for 17 other canons of ripe age were wont to keep him company in church, shall not Pompilia haste to dissipate the silent cloud that, gathering, bodes her bale? Prop the irresoluteness, may portend suspension of the project, check the flight, bring ruin on them both. Use every means, since means to the end are lawful. What i' the way of wile should have allowance like a kiss sagely and sisterly administered? Sororia saltem muscula? We find such was the remedy her wit applied to each incipient scruple of the priest. If we believe, as while my wit is mine, I cannot, what the driver testifies, Borsi, called Venerino, the mere tool of Guido and his friend the governor. The avowal I proved wrung from out the wretch, after long rotting in imprisonment, as price of liberty and favour. Long they tempted, he at last succumbed, and lo, counted them out full tale each kiss required. The journey was one long embrace, quoth he. Still, though we should believe the driver's lie, nor even admit as probable excuse right reading of the riddle, as I urged in my first argument, with fruit perhaps, that what the owl-like eyes at back of head of the driver, drowsed by driving night and day, supposed a vulgar interchange of love, this was but innocent jog of head 'gainst head, cheek meeting jowl, as apple may touch pear from branch and branch contiguous in the wind, when autumn blusters and the orchard rocks. The rapid run and the rough road were cause o' the casual ambiguity, no harm i' the world, to eyes awake and penetrative. Yet, not to grasp a truth I can forego and safely fight without and conquer still, say she kissed him, and he kissed her again. Such osculation was a potent means, a very efficacious help, no doubt. This with a third part of her nectar did Venus imbue. Why should Pompilia fling the poet's declaration in his teeth? Pause to employ what, since it had success and kept the priest her servant to the end, we must presume of energy enough, no whit superfluous, so permissible? The goal is gained. Day, night, and yet a day have run their round, a long and devious road is traversed, many manners, various men passed in review. What cities did they see, what hamlets mark, what profitable food for after meditation, cull and store? Till Rome, that Rome whereof This voice would it might make our Molinists observe that she is built upon a rock, nor shall their powers prevail against her. Rome, I say, is all but reached. One stage more and they stop saved. Pluck up heart, ye pair, and forward then! Ah, nature, baffled she recurs, alas! Nature imperiously exacts her due. Spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Pompilia needs must acquiesce and swoon, give hopes alike and fears a breathing while. The innocent sleeps soundly, sound she sleeps. So let her slumber, then, unguarded save by her own chastity, a triple male, and his good hand, whose stalwart arms have borne the sweet and senseless burthen like a babe from coach to couch, the serviceable man. Nay, what and if he gazed rewardedly on the pale beauty prisoned in embrace, stooped over, stole a balmy breath perhaps for more assurance sleep was not decease? Ut vidi, how I saw, succeeded by ut perii, how I sudden lost my brains. What harm ensued to her, unconscious quite? For curiosity, how natural! Importunateness, what a privilege in the ardent sex! And why curb ardour here? How can the priest but pity whom he saved? And pity is how near to love, and love how neighbourly to unreasonableness. And for love's object, whether love were sage or foolish, could Pompilia know or care, being still sound asleep, as I premised? Thus the philosopher absorbed by thought, even Archimedes, busy o'er a book, the while besiegers sacked his Syracuse, was ignorant of the imminence o' the point o' the sword till it surprised him, let it stab, and never knew himself was dead at all. So sleep thou on, secure whate'er betide. For thou too hast thy problem hard to solve. How so much beauty is compatible with so much innocence? End of section 123. Section 124 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Johannes-Baptista Bottinius, continued. Fit place, methinks, while in this task she, Rosalie, is lost, to treat of and repel objection here which, frivolous I grant, but still misgives my mind. It may have flitted gadfly-like and teased the court at times, as if, all said and done, there still seemed, one might nearly say, in a certain acceptation, somewhat more of what may pass for insincerity. Falsehood throughout the course Pompilia took, than befits Christian. Pagans held, we know, we always ought to aim at good and truth, not always put one thing in the same words, non idem semper dicere sed spectare debemus. But the pagan yoke was light. Lie not at all, the exacter precept bids. Each least lie breaks the law, is sin, ye hold. I humble me, but venture to submit, what prevents sin, itself is sinless, sure. And sin which hinders sin of deeper dye, softens itself away by contrast so. Conceive me, little sin by none at all Were properly condemned for great, but great by greater dwindles into small again. Now, what is greatest sin of womanhood? That which unwomans it, abolishes the nature of the woman. Impudence. Who contradicts me here? Concede me, then, whatever friendly fault may interpose to save the sex from self-abolishment is 3 parts on the way to virtue's rank. Now, what is taxed here as duplicity, feint, wile and trick, admitted for the nonce, what worse do one and all than interpose, hold, as it were, a deprecating hand, statuesquely in the Medicean mode, before some shame which modesty would veil? Who blames the gesture prettily perverse? Thus, lest ye miss a point illustrative, admit the husband's calumny, allow that the wife, having penned the epistle fraught with horrors, charge on charge of crime, she heaped o' the head of Pietro and Violante, still presumed her parents, and dispatched the thing to their arch-enemy Paolo, through free choice and no sort of compulsion in the world, put case that she discards simplicity for craft, denies the voluntary act, declares herself a passive instrument i' the hands of Guido. Duped by knavery, she traced the characters she could not write, and took on trust the unread sense which read were recognised but to be spurned at once. Allow this calumny, I reiterate. Who is so dull as wonder at the pose of our Pompilia in the circumstance? Who sees not that the too ingenuous soul, repugnant even at a duty done which brought beneath too scrutinising glare the misdemeanours, buried in the dark, of the authors of her being, she believed, stung to the quick at her impulsive deed, and willing to repair what harm it worked, she, wise in this beyond what Nero proved, who, when needs were the candid juvenile should sign the warrant, doom the guilty dead, "Would I had never learned to write," quoth he, Pompilia rose above the Roman, cried, "To read or write I never learned at all!" Oh, splendidly mendacious! But time fleets. Let us not linger, hurry to the end, since end does flight, and all disastrously. Beware ye blame desert for unsuccess, disparage each expedient else to praise, call failure folly. Man's best effort fails. After 10 years' resistance, Troy fell flat. Could valour save a town, Troy still had stood. Pompilia came off halting in no point of courage, conduct, the long journey through. But nature sank exhausted at the close, and, as I said, she swooned and slept all night. Morn breaks and brings the husband. We assist at the spectacle. Discovery succeeds. Ha! How is this? What moonstruck rage is here? Though we confess to partial frailty now, to error in a woman and a wife, is it by the rough way she shall be reclaimed? Who bursts upon her chambered privacy? What crowd profanes the chaste cubiculum? What outcries and lewd laughter, scurril gibe and ribald jest to scare the ministrant good angels that commerce with souls in sleep? Why, had the worst crowned Guido to his wish, confirmed his most irrational surmise. Yet there be bounds to man's emotion, checks to an immoderate astonishment. 'Tis decent horror, regulated wrath befit our dispensation. Have we back the old pagan licence? Shall a Vulcan clap his net of a sudden and expose the pair to the unquenchable universal mirth? A feat antiquity saw scandal in so clearly that the nauseous tale thereof, Demodocus, his nugatory song, hath ever been concluded modern stuff, impossible to the mouth of the grave muse, so foisted into that eighth Odyssey by some impertinent pick-thank. O thou fool, Count Guido Franceschini, what were gained by publishing thy shame thus to the world? Were all the precepts of the wise a waste? Bred in thee not one touch of reverence? Why, say thy wife, admonish we the fool, were false, and thou bid chronicle thy shame? Much rather should thy teeth bite out thy tongue, dumb lip consort with desecrated brow, silence become historiographer, and thou thine own Cornelius Tacitus. But virtue, barred, still leaps the barrier, lords. Still, moon-like, penetrates the encroaching mist and bursts, all broad and bare, on night ye know. Surprised, then, in the garb of truth, perhaps, Pompilia, thus opposed, breaks obstacle, springs to her feet, and stands Thalassian pure, confronts the foe, nay, catches at his sword, and tries to kill the intruder, he complains. Why, so she gave her lord his lesson back, crowned him this time the virtuous woman's way, with an exact obedience. He brought sword, she drew the same, since swords are meant to draw. Tell not me 'tis sharp play with tools on edge. It was the husband chose the weapon here. Why did not he inaugurate the game with some gentility of apothegm still pregnant on the philosophic page, some captivating cadence still a lisp o' the poet's lyre? Such spells subdue the surge, make tame the tempest, much more mitigate the passions of the mind, and probably had moved Pompilia to a smiling blush. No, he must needs prefer the argument of the blow. She obeyed in duty bound, returned him buffet ratiocinative. Ay, in the reasoner's own interest. For wife must follow whither husband leads, vindicate honour as himself prescribes, save him the very way himself bids save. No question but who jumps into a quag should stretch forth hand and pray one, pull me out by the hand. Such were the customary cry. But Guido pleased to bid, leave hand alone, join both feet, rather, jump upon my head, I extricate myself by the rebound. And dutifully, as enjoined, she jumped, drew his own sword and menaced his own life, anything to content a wilful spouse. End of section 124. Section 125 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Johannes-Baptista Bottinius, continued. And so he was contented. One must do justice to the expedient which succeeds, strange as it seem. At flourish of the blade, the crowd drew back, stood breathless and abashed, then murmured, "This should be no wanton wife, no conscience-stricken creature, caught i' the act and patiently awaiting our first stone. But a poor, hard-pressed, all-bewildered thing has rushed so far, misguidedly perhaps, meaning no more harm than a frightened sheep. She sought for aid, and if she made mistake the man could aid most, why, so mortals do. Even the blessed Magdalene mistook far less forgivably. Consult the place, supposing him to be the gardener. "Sir," said she, and so following. Why more words? Forthwith the wife is pronounced innocent. What would the husband more than gain his cause, and find that honour flash in the world's eye his apprehension was, lest soil had smirched? So happily the adventure comes to close, whereon my fat opponent grounds his charge preposterous. At midday he groans, "How dark!" Listen to me, thou archangelic swine! Where is the ambiguity to blame, the flaw to find in our Pompilia? Safe she stands, see! Does thy comment follow quick?
Safe inasmuch as at the end proposed, but thither she picked way by devious path, stands dirty, no dubiety at all. I recognize success, yet all the same, importunately will suggest prick. What? Had Pompilia gained the right to boast no devious path, no doubtful patch was mine, I saved my head, nor sacrificed my foot? Why, being in a peril, show mistrust of the angels set to guard ye innocent? Why rather hold by obvious vulgar help of stratagem and subterfuge, excuse somewhat, but still no less a foil, a fault, since low with high and good with bad is linked? Methinks I view some ancient bas-relief. There stands Hesione, thrust out by Troy. Her father's hand has chained her to a crag. Her mother's from the Virgin plucked the vest. And a safe distance, both distressful, watch, while near and nearer comes the snorting orc. I look that, white and perfect to the end, she wait till Jove dispatch some demigod, not that, impatient of celestial club, Alcmena's son should brandish at the beast, she daub, disguise her dainty limbs with pitch, and so elude the purblind monster. Ay, the trick succeeds, but 'tis an ugly trick, where needs have been no trick. My answer, faugh, nimis incongrue, too absurdly put. Sententiam ego teneo contrariam. Trick, I maintain, had no alternative. The heavens were bound with brass, Jove far at feast. No feast like that thou didst not ask me to, Arcangeli. I heard of thy regale. With the unblamed Aethiop, Hercules spun wool i' the lap of Omphale, while virtue shrieked. The brute came paddling all the faster. You of Troy, who stood at distance, where's the aid you offered in the extremity? Most and least, gentle and simple, here the governor, there the archbishop, everywhere the friends shook heads and waited for a miracle, or went their way, left virtue to her fate. Just this one rough and ready man leapt forth, was found sole anti-Phaebus, dare I say, to restore things with no delay at all. Qui aut cunctando rem restituit, he only, Caponsacchi, mid a crowd, caught virtue up, carried Pompilia off through the gaping impotence of sympathy in ranged Arezzo. What you take for pitch is nothing worse, belike, than black and blue, mere evanescent proof that hardy hands did yeoman's service, cared not where the gripe was more than duly energetic. Bruised, she smarts a little, but her bones are saved a fracture, and her skin will soon show sleek. How it disgusts when weakness, false refined, censures the honest, rude, effective strength, when sickly dreamers of the impossible decry plain sturdiness which does the feat with eyes wide open. Did occasion serve, I could illustrate, if my lords allow. Quid vetat? What forbids? I aptly ask with Horace, that I give my anger vent, while I let breathe, no less, and recreate the gravity of my judges, by a tale, a case in point. What though an apologue graced by tradition? Possibly a fact. Tradition must precede all Scripture. Words serve as our warrant ere our books can be. So, to tradition back we needs must go for any fact's authority. And this hath lived so far, like jewel hid in muck, o' the page of that old lying vanity called Zephyr Toldoth Yeshu. God be praised, I read no Hebrew. Take the thing on trust. But I believe the writer meant no good, blind as he was to truth in some respects. To our pestiferous and schismatic, well, my lord's conjecture be the touchstone. Show the thing for what it is. The author lacks discretion, and his zeal exceeds, but zeal, how rare in our degenerate day! Enough! Here is the story. Fear not, I shall chop and change a little, else my Jew would press all too unmannerly before the court. End of section 125. Section 126 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Johannes-Baptista Bottinius, continued. It happened once, begins this foolish Jew, pretending to write Christian history, that three held greatest, best, and worst of men, Peter and John and Judas, spent a day in toil and travel through the countryside on some sufficient business, I suspect suppression of some Molinism i' the bud. Footsore and hungry, dropping with fatigue, they reached by nightfall a poor lonely grange, hostel or inn, so knocked and entered there. "Your pleasure, great ones!" "Shelter, rest, and food." For shelter, there was one bare room above; for rest therein 3 beds of bundled straw; for food, one wretched starveling fowl, no more; meat for 1 mouth, but mockery for 3. You have my utmost. How should supper serve? Peter broke silence. "To the spit with fowl, and while 'tis cooking, sleep, since beds there be, and so far satisfaction of a want. Sleep we an hour, awake at supper time, then each of us narrate the dream he had, and he whose dream shall prove the happiest, point the clearliest out the dreamer as ordained beyond his fellows to receive the fowl. Him let our shares be cheerful tribute to, his the entire meal, may it do him good." Who could dispute so plain a consequence? So said, so done. Each hurried to his straw, slept his hour's sleep, and dreamed his dream, and woke.
I, commenced John, dreamed that I gained the prize we all aspire to. The proud place was mine throughout the earth and to the end of time. I was the loved disciple, mine the meal. But I, proceeded Peter, dreamed a word gave me the headship of our company, made me the vicar and vice-regent, gave the keys of heaven and hell into my hand, and o'er the earth dominion, mine the meal. While I submitted in soft undertone the Iscariot sense of his unworthiness, turning each eye up to the inmost white, with long drawn sigh, yet letting both lips smack. I have had just the pitifullest dream that ever proved man meanest of his mates, and born foot washer and foot wiper, nay, foot kisser to each comrade of you all. I dreamed, and in that mimic dream, impalpable to dream as dream to fact, methought I meanly chose to sleep no wink, but wait until I heard my brethren breathe, then stole from couch, slipped noiseless to the door, slid downstairs, furtively approached the hearth, found the fowl duly brown, both back and breast, hissing in harmony with the cricket's chirp, grilled to a point. Said no grace, but fell to, nor finished till the skeleton lay bare. In penitence for which ignoble dream, lo, I renounce my portion cheerfully. Fie on the flesh, be mine the ethereal gust, and yours the sublunary sustenance. See that whate'er be left ye give the poor. Down the two scuttled, one on other's heel, stung by a fell surmise, and found, alack, a goodly savour, both the drumstick bones and that which henceforth took the appropriate name of the merry thought, in memory of the fact that to keep wide awake is our best dream. So, as was said once of Thucydides and his sole joke, the lion low hath laughed. Just so, the governor, and all that's great i' the city, never meant that innocents should starve thus while authority sat at meat. They meant to fling a bone at banquet's end, wished well to our Pompilia in their dreams, nor bore the secular sword in vain, asleep. Just so the Archbishop and all good like him went to bed meaning to pour oil and wine i' the wounds of her next day, but long ere day they had burned the one and drunk the other, while, just so, again, contrariwise, the priest sustained poor nature in extremity by stuffing barley bread into her mouth, saving Pompilia. Grant the parallel. By the plain, homely, and straightforward way taught him by common sense, let others shriek, "Oh, what refined expedients did we dream proved us the only fit to help the fair!" He cried, "A carriage waits, jump in with me!" And now, this application pardoned, lords, this recreative pause and breathing while, back to beseemingness and gravity. For law steps in. Guido appeals to law, demands she arbitrate, does well for once. O law, of thee how neatly was it said by that old Sophocles, "Thou hast thy seat i' the very breast of Jove, no meanlier throned." Here is a piece of work now, hitherto begun and carried on, concluded near, without an eye glance cast thy sceptre's way. And lo, the stumbling and discomfiture! Well may you call them lawless, means men take to extricate themselves through mother wit, when tangled haply in the toils of life. Guido would try conclusions with his foe, whoe'er the foe was and whate'er the offence. He would recover certain dowry dues. Instead of asking law to lend a hand, what pother of sword drawn and pistol cocked, what peddling with forged letters and paid spies, politic circumvention, all to end as it began, by loss of the fool's head, first in a figure, presently in a fact. It is a lesson to mankind at large. How other were the end, would men be sage and bear confidingly each quarrel straight, O law, to thy recipient mother knees! How would the children light come and prompt go, this with a red-cheeked apple for reward, the other peradventure red-cheeked too i' the rear, by taste of birch for punishment. No foolish brawling murders any more. Peace for the household, practice for the fisc, and plenty for the exchequer of my lords. Too much to hope in this world, in the next who knows? Since why should sit the 12 enthroned to judge the tribes, unless the tribes be judged? And 'tis impossible, but offences come. So all's one lawsuit, all one long leet day. End of section 126. Section 127 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Johannes-Baptista Bottinius, continued. Forgive me this digression, that I stand entranced a while at law's first beam, outbreak o' the business, when the Count's good angel bade, "Put up thy sword, born enemy to the ear, and let law listen to thy difference." And law does listen, and compose the strife, settle the suit, how wisely and how well! On our Pompilia, faultless to a fault, law bends a brow maternally severe, implies the worth of perfect chastity, by fancying the flaw she cannot find, superfluous sifting snow, nor helps nor harms. 'Tis safe to censure levity in youth, tax womanhood with indiscretion, sure, since toys permissible today become follies tomorrow, prattle shocks in church, and that curt skirt which lets a maiden skip, the matron changes for a trailing robe. Mothers may risk thus much with half-shut eyes nodding above their spindles by the fire, on the chance to hit some hidden fault, else safe. Just so law hazarded a punishment, if applicable to the circumstance, why, well; if not so apposite, well too. Quit the gay range o' the world, I hear her cry. Enter in lieu the penitential pound, exchange the gauds of pomp for ashes, dust, Leave each malicious haunt of luxury, the golden garnished silken couched alcove, the many-columned terrace that so tempts feminine soul put foot forth, nor stop ear to fluttering joy of lovers' serenade. Leave these for cellular seclusion, mask and dance no more, but fast and pray. Avant, be burned, thy wicked townsman's sonnet book! Welcome, mild hymnal by some better scribe! For the warm arms were wont enfold thy flesh, let wire shirt plough and whipcord discipline! If such an exhortation proved perchance inapplicable, words bestowed in waste, what harm, since law has store, can spend nor miss? And so our paragon submits herself, goes at command into the holy house, and also at command comes out again. For could the effect of such obedience prove too certain, too immediate, being healed, go blaze abroad the matter, blessed one! Art thou sound forthwith? Speedily vacate the step by pool side, leave Bethesda free to patients plentifully posted round, since the whole need not the physician. Brief, she may betake her to her parents' place. Welcome her, Father, with wide arms once more! Motion her, Mother, to thy breast again! For why? The law relinquishes its charge, grants to your dwelling place a prison style, but gives you back Pompilia, golden days, redeunt Saturnia regna. 6 weeks slip, and she is domiciled in house and home as though she thence had never budged at all. And thither let the husband, joyous, ay, but contrite also, quick betake himself, proud that his dove which lay among the pots hath mewed those dingy feathers, moulted now, shows silver bosom clothed with yellow gold. Quick he shall tempt her to the perch she fled, bid to domestic bliss the truant back. Oh, let him not delay! Time fleets how fast, and opportunity, the irrevocable, once flown, will flout him. Is the furrow traced? If field with corn ye fail preoccupy, darnel for wheat and thistlebeards for grain, infelix lolium carduus orridus will grow apace in combination prompt, defraud the husbandman of his desire. Already, what murmurs? Monish now the laggard, doubtful, nay, fantastic brute of such an apparition, such return interdum, to anticipate the spouse of Caponsacchi's very self. 'Tis said when nights are lone and company is rare, his visitations brighten winter up. If so they did, which nowise I believe, how can I? Proof abounding that the priest once fairly at his relegation place never once left it. Still, admit he stole a midnight march, would fain see friend again, find matter for instruction in the past, renew the old adventure in such chat as cheers a fireside. He was lonely too. He too must need his recreative hour. Should it amaze the philosophic mind if one was wont the empurpled cup to quaff, have feminine society at will, being debarred abruptly from all drink save at the spring which Adam used for wine, dread harm to just the health he hoped to guard, and, meaning abstinence, gain malady? Ask Tozzi, now physician to the Pope. Little by little break. I hear he bids Master Arcangeli, my antagonist, who loves good cheer and may indulge too much. So I explain the logic of the plea wherewith he opened our proceedings late. Little by little break a habit, Don, become necessity to feeble flesh. And thus, nocturnal taste of intercourse, which never happened, but suppose it did, may have been used to dishabituate by sip and sip, this drainer to the dregs of the draught of conversation. Heady stuff, brewage which broached. It took 2 days and nights to properly discuss the journey, sirs. Such is the second nature men call use, that undelightful objects get to charm instead of chafe. The daily colocynth tickles the palate by repeated dose. Old sores scratch kindly. The ass makes a push, although the mill-yoke wound be smarting yet, for Mildor bolted on a holiday. And must we marvel if the impulse urge to talk the old story over now and then, the hopes and fears, the stoppage and the haste, subjects of colloquy to surfeit once? Here did you bid me twine a rosy wreath, and there you paid my lips a compliment. There you admired the tower could be so tall, and there you likened that of Lebanon to the nose of the beloved. Trifles, still, forsan et ec olim. Such trifles serve to make the minutes pass in winter time. Husband, return then, I recounsel thee. For finally, of all glad circumstance should make a prompt return imperative, what of the world awaits thee, dost suppose? O' the sudden, as good gifts a wont befall, what is the hap of the unconscious count? That which lights bonfire and sets cask atilt dissolves the stubborn start in jollity. Oh, admirable! There is born a babe, a son, an heir, a Franceschini, last and best o' the stock. Pompilia, thine the palm, repaying incredulity with faith, ungenerous thrift of each marital debt with bounty and profuse expenditure. Pompilia will not have the old year end without a present shall ring in the new. Bestows upon her parsimonious lord an infant for the apple of his eye, core of his heart and crown completing life, the summum bonum of the earthly lot. We, saith ingeniously the sage, are born solely that others may be born of us. So, father, take thy child, for thine that child owe nothing doubt. In wedlock born, law holds baseness impossible, since filius est quem nuptiae demonstrant, twits the text whoever dares to doubt. End of section 127. Section 128 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Johannes-Baptista Bottinius, continued. Yet doubt he dares. O faith, where art thou flown from out the world? Already on what an age of doubt we fall! Instead of each disputing for the prize, the babe is bandied here from that to this. Whose babe? Cuium pecus? Guido's lamb? An Melibei? Nay, but of the priest, non sed egonis. Someone must be, sire, and who shall say in such a puzzling strait, if there were not vouchsafed some miracle to the wife who had been harassed and abused more than enough by Guido's family for non-production of the promised fruit of marriage? What if nature, I demand, touched to the quick by taunts upon her sloth, had roused herself, put forth recondite power, bestowed this birth to vindicate her sway? Like to the favour, Maro memorized, was granted Aristeus when his hive lay empty of the swarm? Not one more bee, not one more babe to Franceschini's house. And lo, a new birth filled the air with joy, sprung from the bowels of the generous steer. Just so a son and heir rejoiced the Count. Spontaneous generation, need I prove, were facile feat to nature at a pinch? Let whoso doubts, steep horsehair certain weeks in water, there will be produced a snake, a second product of the horse, which horse happens to be the representative, now that I think on't, of Arezzo's self, the very city our conception blessed. Is not a prancing horse the city arms? What sane eye sees not such coincidence? Cur ego boast thou, my Pompilia, then? Desperem fieri sine conjuge mater, how well the Ovidian distich suits! Et parere intacto dumodo casta viro? But language baffles here. Note further as to Mark, the prodigy, the babe in question, neither took the name of Guido from the sire presumptive, nor Giuseppe from the sire potential, but Gaetano, last saint of the hierarchy, and newest namer for a thing so new. What other motive could have prompted choice? Therefore be peace again, exalt ye hills, ye vales, rejoicingly break forth in song. Incipe parve puer, begin, small boy, risu cognoscere patrem, with a smile to recognize thy parent, nor do thou boggle, O parent, to return the grace. Nec anceps are, pater, puero cognoscendo. One might well eke out the prayer. In vain. The perverse Guido doubts his eyes, distrusts assurance, lets the devil drive. Because his house is swept and garnished now, he, having summoned 7 like himself, must hurry thither, knock and enter in, and make the last worse than the first indeed. Is he content? We are. No further blame of the man and murder. They were stigmatized befittingly. The court heard long ago my mind o' the matter, which, outpouring full, has long since swept, like surge the simile of Homer, overborne both dyke and dam, and whelmed alike client and advocate. His fate is sealed, his life as good as gone. On him I am not tempted to waste word. Yet, though my purpose holds, which was and is and solely shall be to the very end, to draw the true effigium of a saint, do justice to perfection in the sex, yet let not some gross pamper of the flesh and niggard in the spirit's nourishment, whose feeding hath obfuscated his wit rather than law he never had to lose, let not such advocate object to me I leave my proper function of attack. What's this to Bacchus? In the classic phrase, well used for once, he hiccups probably. O advocate of the poor, thou born to make their blessing void, beati pauperis! By painting saintship, I depicture sin. Beside the pearl, I prove how black the jet, and through Pompilia's virtue, Guido's crime. Back to her, then. With but one beauty more end we our argument, one crowning grace preeminent mid agony and death. For to the last Pompilia played her part, used the right means to the permissible end, and, wily as an eel that stirs the mud thick overhead, so baffling spearman's thrust, she, while he stabbed her, simulated death, delayed, for his sake, the catastrophe, obtained herself a respite, 4 days' grace, whereby she told her story to the world, enabled me to make the present speech, and, by a full confession, saved her soul. Yet hold, even here would malice leer its last, gurgle its choked remonstrance, snake hiss free. Oh, that's the objection? And to whom? Not her but me? Forsooth, as, in the very act of both confession and, what followed close, subsequent talk, chatter and gossipry, babble to sympathizing he and she, whoever chose besiege her dying bed, as this were found at variance with my tale, falsified all I have adduced for truth, admitted not one peccadillo here, pretended to perfection first and last, the whole procedure perfect in the end, perfect i' the means, perfect in everything, leaving a lawyer nothing to excuse, reason away and show his skill about. A flight impossible to Adamic flesh, just to be fancied, scarcely to be wished, and anyhow unpleadable in court. How reconcile, gasps malice, that with this? End of section 128. Section 129 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9. Juris Doctor Johannes-Baptista Bottinius. Continued. Your this, friend, is extraneous to the law. Comes of men's outside meddling. The unskilled interposition of such fools as press out of their province. Must I speak my mind? Far better had Pompilia died o' the spot than found a tongue to wag and shame the law. Shame most of all herself. Did friendship fail, and advocacy lie less on the alert? Listen how these protect her to the end. Do I credit the alleged narration? No. Lied our Pompilia then, to laud herself? Still no. Clear up what seems discrepancy? The means abound, art's long, though time is short. So, keeping me in compass, all I urge is, since confession at the point of death, nam in articulo mortis, with the Church passes for statement honest and sincere, nemo presumitur reus esse, then, if sure that all affirmed would be believed, 'twas charity in one so circumstanced to spend her last breath in one effort more for universal good of friend and foe, and by pretending utter innocence, nay, freedom from each foible, we forgive, reintegrate, not solely her own fame, but do the like kind office for the priest whom the crude truth might treat less courteously, indeed, expose to peril, abbreviate the life and long career of usefulness presumably before him, while her lord, whose fleeting life is forfeit to the law, what mercy to the culprit if, by just the gift of such a full certificate of his immitigable guiltiness, she stifled in him the absurd conceit of murder as it were a mere revenge, stopped confirmation of that jealousy which, had she but acknowledged the first flaw, the faintest foible, might embolden him to battle with his judge, balk penitence, bar preparation for impending fate, whereas persuade him he has slain a saint who sinned not, in the little she did sin, you urge him all the brisklier to repent of most and least and aught and everything. Next, if this view of mine content ye not, lords, nor excuse the genial falsehood here, 'tis come to our triarii, last resource, we fall back on the inexpugnable. Submit you, she confessed before she talked. The sacrament obliterates the sin. What is not, was not in a certain sense. Let Molinus distinguish. Souls washed white were red once, still show pinkish to the eye. We say abolishment is nothingness, and nothingness has neither head nor tail, end nor beginning. Better estimate exorbitantly than disparage aught of the efficacy of the act, I hope. Solvuntur tabulae, may we laugh and go? Well, not before, in filial gratitude to law, whom mighty mother waves adieu, we take on us to vindicate law's self, for, yea, sirs, curb the start, curtail the stare, remains that we apologise for haste I' the law, our lady, who here bristles up. And my procedure, did the court mistake? Which were indeed a misery to think, did not my sentence in the former stage o' the business bear a title plain enough? Decretum, I translate it word for word, decreed, the priest for his complicity I' the flight and deviation of the dame, as well as for unlawful intercourse, is banished 3 years, crime and penalty declared alive. If he be taxed with guilt, how can you call Pompilia innocent? If they be innocent, have I been just? Gently, O mother, judge men, whose mistake is in the poor misapprehensiveness. The titulus atop of your decree was but to ticket there the kind of charge you in good time would arbitrate upon. Title is one thing, arbitration's self, probatio, quite another possibly. Subsistit, there holds good the old response, responsio tradita. We must not stick, quod non sit attendendus titulus, to the title, sed probatio, but to proof, resultans ex processu, and result of the trial, and the style of punishment, et pena per sententiam imposita. All is tentative till the sentence come, mere indication of what men expect, and nowise an assurance they shall find. Lords, what if we permissibly relax the tense bow, as the law god Phaebus bids, relieve our gravity at close of speech? I traverse Rome, feel thirsty, need a draught, look for a wine shop, find it by the bow projecting, as to say, here wine is sold. So much I know. Sold. But what sort of wine? Strong, weak, sweet, sour, homemade or foreign drink? That much must I discover by myself. Wine is sold, quoth the bough, but good or bad, find and inform us when you smack your lips. Exactly so, law hangs her title forth to show she entertains you with such case about such crime. Come in! She pours, you quaff. You find the priest good liquor in the main, but heady and provocative of brawls. Remand the residue to flask once more. Lay it low where it may deposit lees, I' the cellar, thence produce it presently, 3 years the brighter and the better. Thus, law's son, have I bestowed my filial help, and thus I end, tenax proposito. Point to point as I purposed have I drawn Pompilia and implied as terribly Guido. So gazing let the world crown law, able once more, despite my impotence, and helped by the acumen of the court, to eliminate, display, make triumph truth. What other prize than truth were worth the pains? There's my oration, much exceeds in length that famed panegyric of Isocrates. They say it took him 15 years to pen, but all those ancients could say anything. He put in just what rushed into his head, while I shall have to prune and pare and print. This comes of being born in modern times, with priests for auditory. Still, it pays. End of section 129. End of chapter 9. Section 130 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 10, The Pope. Like to Ahasuerus, that shrewd prince, I will begin, as is these 7 years now, my daily wont, and read a history written by one whose deft right hand was dust to the last digit, ages ere my birth. Of all my predecessors, popes of Rome, for though mine ancient early dropped the pen, yet others picked it up and wrote it dry, since of the making books there is no end. And so I have the papacy complete from Peter first to Alexander last, can question each and take instruction. So have I to dare, I ask, how dared this pope to suffer? Such an one, how suffered he? Being about to judge, as now, I seek, how judged once, well or ill, some other pope. Study some signal judgment that subsists to blaze on, or else blot, the page which seals the sum up of what gain or loss to God came of his one more vicar in the world. So do I find example, rule of life. So square and set in order the next page shall be stretched smooth o'er my own funeral cist. 800 years exact before the year I was made pope, men made Formosus pope, say Sigebert and other chroniclers. ere I confirm or quash the trial here of Guido Franceschini and his friends. Read how there was a ghastly trial once of a dead man by a live man, and both popes. Thus, in the antique penman's very phrase, then Stephen, Pope and seventh of the name, cried out in synod as he sat in state, while choler quivered on his brow and beard, "Come into court, Formosus, thou lost wretch, that claimedst to be late the Pope as I." And at the word the great door of the church flew wide, and in they brought Formosus' self, the body of him, dead, even as embalmed and buried duly in the Vatican 8 months before. Exhumed thus for the nonce, they set it, that dead body of a pope, clothed in pontific vesture, now again, upright on Peter's chair as if alive. And Stephen, springing up, cried furiously, "Bishop of Porto, wherefore didst presume to leave that see and take this Roman see, exchange the lesser for the greater see, a thing against the canons of the church?" Then one, a deacon, who, observing forms, was placed by Stephen to repel the charge, be advocate and mouthpiece of the corpse, spoke as he dared, set stammeringly forth with white lips and dry tongue, as but a youth, for frightful was the corpse face to behold, how no wise lacked there precedent for this. But when for his last precedent of all, emboldened by the Spirit, out he blurts, "And, Holy Father, didst not thou thyself vacate the lesser for the greater see, half a year since, change Arago for Rome?" "Ye have the sin's defence now, synod mine," shrieks Stephen in a beastly froth of rage. "Judge now betwixt him dead and me alive. Hath he intruded, or do I pretend? Judge, judge!" Breaks wave-like one whole foam of wrath. Whereupon they, being friends and followers, said, "Ay, thou art Christ's vicar, and not he. Away with what is frightful to behold! This act was uncanonic and a fault." Then, swallowed up in rage, Stephen exclaimed, "So guilty, so remains I punish guilt. He is unpoped, and all he did I damn. The bishop that ordained him I degrade, depose to laics those he raised to priests. What they have wrought is mischief, nor shall stand. It is confusion, let it vex no more. Since I revoke, annul, and abrogate all his decrees, in all kinds, they are void. In token whereof, and warning to the world, strip me yon miscreant of those robes usurped, and clothe him with vile serge befitting such. Then hale the carrion to the marketplace. Let the town hangman chop from his right hand those same 3 fingers which he blessed withal. Next cut the head off. Once was crowned, forsooth. And last, go fling all, fingers, head and trunk, in Tiber, that my Christian fish may sup. Either because of ichthys, which means fish, and very aptly symbolizes Christ, or else because the Pope is fisherman, and seals with fisher's signet. Anyway, so said, so done. Himself, to see it done, following the corpse, they trailed from street to street till into Tiber wave they threw the thing. The people crowded on the banks to see, were loud or mute, wept or laughed, cursed or jeered, according as the deed addressed their sense. A scandal verily. And out spake a Jew. What, ye, your Christ, had vexed our Herod thus? Now, when Formosus, being dead a year, his judge, Pope Stephen, tasted death in turn, made captive by the mob and strangled straight, Romanus, his successor for a month, did make protest Formosus was with God, holy, just, true in thought and word and deed. Next Theodore, who reigned but 20 days, therein convoked a synod, whose decree did reinstate, repope the late unpoped, and do away with Stephen as accursed. So that when presently certain fisher folk, as if the queasy river could not hold its swallowed Jonahs, but discharged the meal, produced the timely product of their nets, the mutilated man, Formosus, saved from putrefaction by the embalmer's spice, or, as some said, by sanctity of flesh. Why, lay the body again, bade Theodore, among his predecessors, in the church and burial place of Peter, which was done. And, addeth Luitprand, many of repute, pious, and still alive, avouch to me that as they bore the body up the aisle, the saints in imaged row bowed each his head for welcome to a brother saint come back. As for Romanus and this Theodore, these two popes, through the brief reign granted each, could but initiate what John came to close, and give the final stamp to. He it was, 9th of the name, I follow the best guides, who, in full synod at Ravenna, held with bishops 74, and present too, Eudes, king of France, with his archbishopry, did condemn Stephen, anathematize the disinterment, and make all blots blank. For, argueth here Auxilius, in a place de ordinationibus, precedence had been, no lack, before Formosus, long, of bishops so transferred from see to see. Marinus, for example. Read the tract. End of section 130. Section 131 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 10. The Pope. Continued. But after John came Sergius, reaffirmed the right of Stephen, cursed Formosus, nay, cast out, some say, his corpse a second time. And here, because the matter went to ground, fretted by new griefs, other cares of the age, here is the last pronouncing of the Church, her sentence that subsists unto this day. Yet constantly opinion hath prevailed i' the Church, Formosus was a holy man. Which of the judgments was infallible? Which of my predecessors spoke for God? And what availed Formosus, that this cursed, that blessed, and then this other cursed again? Fear ye not those whose power can kill the body and not the soul, saith Christ, but rather those can cast both soul and body into hell. John judged thus in 898, exact 800 years ago today, when, sitting in his stead, vicegerent here, I must give judgment on my own behoof. So worked the predecessor. Now my turn. In God's name, once more on this earth of gods, while twilight lasts, and time wherein to work, I take his staff with my uncertain hand, and stay my 66 years, my due labour and sorrow, on his judgment seat, and forthwith think, speak, act in place of him, the Pope for Christ. Once more appeal is made from man's assize to mine. I sit and see another poor, weak, trembling human wretch, pushed by his fellows, who pretend the right up to the gulf which, where I gaze, begins from this world to the next, gives way and way, just on the edge over the awful dark, with nothing to arrest him but my feet. He catches at me with convulsive face, cries, "Leave to live the natural minute more," while hollowly the avengers echo, "Leave none." So has he exceeded man's due share in man's fit licence, wrung by Adam's fall, to sin and yet not surely die, that we, all of us sinful, all with need of grace, all chary of our life, the minute more or minute less of grace which saves a soul, bound to make common cause with who craves time, we yet protest against the exorbitance of sin in this one sinner, and demand that his poor soul, remaining piece of time, be plucked from out his clutch. Put him to death, punish him now. As for the weal or woe hereafter, God grant mercy, man be just, nor let the felon boast he went scot-free. And I am bound, the solitary judge, to weigh the worth, decide upon the plea, and either hold a hand out or withdraw a foot, and let the wretch drift to the fall. Ay, and while thus I dally, dare perchance put fancies for a comfort twixt this calm and yonder passion that I have to bear, as if reprieve were possible for both prisoner and Pope. How easy were reprieve! A touch o' the handbell here, a hasty word to those who wait, and wonder they wait long, i' the passage there, and I should gain the life. Yea, though I flatter me with fancy thus, I know it is but nature's craven trick. The case is over, judgment at an end, and all things done now and irrevocable. A mere dead man is Franceschini here, even as Formosus centuries ago. I have worn through this sombre wintry day, with winter in my soul beyond the worlds. Over these dismalest of documents which drew night down on me ere eve befell, pleadings and counter-pleadings, figure of fact beside fact's self. These summaries, to wit, how certain 3 were slain by certain 5. I read here why it was, and how it went, and how the chief of the 5 preferred excuse, and how law rather chose defence should lie, what argument he urged by wary word when free to play off wile, start subterfuge, and what the unguarded groan told, torture's feet when law grew brutal, outbroke, overbore and glutted hunger on the truth at last. No matter for the flesh and blood between. All's a clear rede, and no more riddle now. Truth nowhere lies yet everywhere in these. Not absolutely in a portion, yet evolvable from the whole, evolved at last painfully, held tenaciously by me. Therefore there is not any doubt to clear when I shall write the brief word presently and chink the handbell, which I pause to do, irresolute, not I more than the mound with the pine trees on it yonder. Some surmise, perchance, that since man's wit is fallible, mine may fail here? Suppose it so, what then? Say, Guido, I count guilty. There's no babe so guiltless, for I misconceive the man. What's in the chance should move me from my mind? If, as I walk in a rough countryside, peasants of mine cry, "Thou art he can help, lord of the land, and counted wise to boot," look at our brother, strangling in his foam, he fell so where we find him, prove thy worth. I may presume, pronounce, a frenzy fit, a falling sickness, or a fever stroke, breathe a vein, copiously let blood at once. So perishes the patient, and anon I hear my peasants, "All was error, Lord, our story, thy prescription, for there crawled in due time from our hapless brother's breast the serpent which had stung him, bleeding, slew whom a prompt cordial had restored to health." What other should I say then? God so willed. Mankind is ignorant. A man am I. Call ignorance my sorrow, not my sin. So, and not otherwise, in after time, if some acuter wit, fresh probing, sound this multifarious mass of words and deeds deeper, and reach through guilt to innocence, I shall face Guido's ghost nor blench a jot. God, who set me to judge thee, meted out so much of judging faculty no more. Ask him if I was slack in use thereof. I hold a heavier fault imputable inasmuch as I changed a chaplain once, for no cause, no, if I must bare my heart, save that he snuffled somewhat saying mass. For I am ware it is the seed of act God holds appraising in his hollow palm, Not act grown great thence on the world below, Leafage and branchage vulgar eyes admire. Therefore I stand on my integrity, Nor fear at all. If I hesitate, It is because I need to breathe a while, Rest, as the human rite allows, Review intent the little seeds of act, The tree, the thought, to clothe in deed, And give the world at chink of bell and push of arrased door. End of section 131. Section 132 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 10, The Pope, continued. O pale departure, dim disgrace of day! Winter's in wane, his vengeful worst art thou, to dash the boldness of advancing march. Thy chill persistent reign has purged our streets of gossipry, pert tongue and idle ear by this. Consort 'neath archway, portico. But wheresoe'er Rome gathers in the grey, two names now snap and flash from mouth to mouth. Sparks, flint and steel strike, Guido and the Pope. By this same hour to-morrow eve, aha! How do they call him? The sagacious Swede who finds by figures how the chances prove Why one comes rather than another thing, As, say, such dots turn up by throw of dice, Or if we dip in Virgil here and there, And prick for such a verse, when such shall point. Take this Swede, tell him, hiding name and rank, two men are in our city this dull eve, one doomed to death. But hundreds in such plight slip aside, clean escape by leave of law which leans to mercy in this latter time. Moreover, in the plenitude of life is he, with strength of limb and brain adroit, presumably of service here. Beside, the man is noble, backed by nobler friends. Nay, for who wish him well, the city's self makes common cause with the house magistrate, the lord of hearth and home, domestic judge who ruled his own and let men cavil. Die? He'll bribe a gaoler or break prison first. Nay, a sedition may be helpful, give hint to the mob to batter wall, burn gate, and bid the favourite malefactor march. Calculate, now, these chances of escape. It is not probable, but well may be. Again, there is another man, weighed now by twice 8 years beyond the 7 times 10, appointed overweight to break our branch. And this man's loaded branch lifts more than snow, all the world's cark and care, though a bird's nest were a superfluous burthen. Notably hath he been pressed, as if his age were youth, from to-day's dawn till now that day departs, trying one question with true sweat of soul: shall the said doomed man fitlier die or live? When a straw swallowed in his posset, stool stumbled on where his path lies, any puff that's incident to such a smoking flax, hurries the natural end and quenches him. Now calculate, thou sage, the chances here. Say, which shall die the sooner, this or that? That possibly, this in all likelihood. I thought so. Yet thou tripp'st, my foreign friend. No, it will be quite otherwise. To-day is Guido's last. My term is yet to run. But say the Swede were right, and I forthwith acknowledge a prompt summons and lie dead, why, then I stand already in God's face and hear, since by its fruit a tree is judged, show me thy fruit, the latest act of thine, for in the last is summed the first and all, what thy life last put heart and soul into, there shall I taste thy product. I must plead this condemnation of a man to-day. Not so. Expect nor question nor reply at what we figure as God's judgment bar. None of this vile way by the barren words which, more than any deed, characterize man as made subject to a curse. No speech, that still bursts o'er some lie which lurks inside, as the split skin across the coppery snake, and most denotes man, since in all beside, in hate or lust or guile or unbelief, out of some core of truth, the excrescence comes, and, in the last resort, the man may urge, so was I made, a weak thing that gave way to truth, to impulse only strong, since true, and hated, lusted, used guile, forwent faith. But when man walks the garden of this world for his own solace, and, unchecked by law, speaks or keeps silence as himself sees fit, without the least incumbency to lie, why, can he tell you what a rose is like, or how the birds fly, and not slip to false, though truth serve better? Man must tell his mate of you, me, and himself, knowing he lies, knowing his fellow knows the same, will think he lies, it is the method of a man, and yet will speak for answer, it is truth. To him who shall rejoin, again a lie. Therefore these filthy rags of speech, this coil of statement, comment, query and response, tatters all too contaminate for use, have no renewing. He, the truth, is too the word. We men, in our degree, may know there, simply, instantaneously, as here after long time and amid many lies, whatever we dare think we know indeed, that I am I, as he is he, what else? But be man's method for man's life at least, Wherefore, Antonio Pignatelli, thou my ancient self, who wast no pope so long but studied God and man, the many years i' the school, i' the cloister, in the diocese, domestic, legate rule in foreign lands, thou other force, in those old busy days than this grey ultimate decrepitude, yet sensible of fires that more and more visit a soul, in passage to the sky, left nakeder than when flesh robe was new, thou, not pope, but the mere old man o' the world, supposed inquisitive and dispassionate, wilt thou, the one whose speech I somewhat trust, question thee after me, this self now pope? Hear his procedure, criticise his work. Wise in its generation is the world. End of section 132. Section 133 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 10, The Pope, continued. This is why Guido is found reprobate. I see him furnished forth for his career, on starting for the life chance in our world, with nearly all we count sufficient help, body and mind in balance, a sound frame, a solid intellect, the wit to seek, wisdom to choose, and courage wherewithal to deal with whatsoever circumstance should minister to man, make life succeed. Oh, and much drawback. What were earth without? Is this our ultimate stage, or starting place to try man's foot, if it will creep or climb mid obstacles in seeming, points that prove advantage for who vaults from low to high and makes the stumbling block a stepping stone? So Guido, born with appetite, lacks food, is poor, who yet could deftly play off wealth, straitened, whose limbs are restless till at large, and, as he eyes each outlet of the silk, the narrow penfold for probation, pines after the good things just outside the grate, with less monition, fainter conscience twitch, rarer instinctive qualm at the first feel of the unseemly greed and grasp undue, than nature furnishes the main mankind, making it harder to do wrong than right the first time, careful lest the commoner break measure, miss the outstep of life's march, wherein I see a trial fair and fit for one else too unfairly fenced about, set above sin, beyond his fellows here, guarded from the arch tempter, all must fight, by a great birth, traditionary name, diligent culture, choice companionship, above all, conversancy with the faith which puts forth for its base of doctrine just. Man is born nowise to content himself but please God. He accepted such a rule, recognized man's obedience, and the church, which simply is such rule's embodiment. He clave to, he held on by, nay, indeed near pushed inside of, deep as layman durst, professed so much of priesthood as might sue for priest exemption where the layman sinned, got his arm frocked which, bare, the law would bruise. Hence, at this moment, what's his last resource, his extreme stray and utmost stretch of hope but that, convicted of such crime as law wipes not away save with a worldling's blood, Guido, the 3 parts consecrate, may 'scape? Nay, the portentous brothers of the man are veritably priests, protected each may do his murder in the church's pale. Abate Paul, Canon Girolamo. This is the man proves irreligiousest of all mankind, religion's parasite. This may forsooth plead denned ear, jaded sense, the vice of the watcher who bides near the bell, sleeps sound because the clock is vigilant, and cares not whether it be shade or shine, doling out day and night to all men else. Why was the choice o' the man to niche himself perversely 'neath the tower where time's own tongue thus undertakes to sermonize the world? Why, but because the solemn is safe too, the belfry proves a fortress of a sort, has other uses than to teach the hour, turns sunscreen, paravent, and ombrifuge to whoso seek a shelter in its pale, ay, and attractive to unwary folk who gaze at storied portal, statued spire, and go home with full head but empty purse, nor dare suspect the sacristan the thief. Shall Judas, hard upon the donor's heel, to filch the fragments of the basket, plead he was too near the preacher's mouth, nor set a tent with 50s in a company? No, closer to promulgated decree, clearer the censure of default. Proceed. I find him bound, then, to begin life well, fortified by propitious circumstance, great birth, good breeding, with the church for guide. How lives he? Cased thus in a coat of proof, mailed like a man at arms, though all the while a puny starveling. Does the breast pant big, the limbs swell to the limit, emptiness strive to become solidity indeed? Rather, he shrinks up like the ambiguous fish, detaches flesh from shell and outside show, and steals by moonlight. I have seen the thing, in and out, now to prey, and now to skulk. Armour he boasts when a wave breaks on beach, or bird stoops for the prize, with peril nigh, the man of rank, the much befriended man, the man almost affiliate to the church. Such is to deal with, let the world beware. Does the world recognise? Pass prudently. Do tides abate and seafowl hunt i' the deep? Already is the slug from out its mew, ignobly faring with all loose and free, sand-fly and slush-worm at their garbage feast, a naked blotch no better than they all. Guido has dropped nobility, slipped the church, plays trickster if not cut-purse, body and soul prostrate among the filthy feeders. Faugh! And when law takes him by surprise at last, catches the foul thing on its carrion prey, behold! He points to shell left high and dry, pleads, "But the case out yonder is myself." Nay, it is thou, law prongs amid thy peers, congenial vermin, that was none of thee, thine outside, give it to the soldier crab. For I find this black mark impinge the man, that he believes in just the vile of life, low instinct, base pretension. Are these truth? Then that aforesaid armour, probity he figures in, is falsehood scale on scale, honour and faith, a lie and a disguise, probably for all livers in this world, certainly for himself. All say good words to who will hear, all do thereby bad deeds to who must undergo, so thrive mankind. See this habitual creed exemplified most in the last deliberate act. As last, so very sum and substance of the soul of him that planned and leaves one perfect peace, the sin brought unto jurisdiction now, even the marriage of the man. This act I sever from his life as sample, show for Guido's self, intend to test him by, as from a cup filled fairly at the fount, by the components we decide enough or to let flow as late, or staunch the source. End of section 133. Section 134 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 10, The Pope continued. He purposes this marriage, I remark, on no one motive that should prompt thereto, farthest by consequence from ends alleged appropriate to the action. So they were the best he knew and feigned, the worst he took. Not one permissible impulse moves the man, from the mere liking of the eye and ear, to the true longing of the heart that loves. No trace of these, but all to instigate, is what sinks man past level of the brute, whose appetite, if brutish, is a truth. All is the lust for money, to get gold. Why, lie, rob, if it must be, murder, make body and soul wring gold out, lured within the clutch of hate by love, the trap's pretence. What could else get from bodies and from souls? This got, there were some life to lead thereby. What, where, or how, appreciate those who tell how the toad lives. It lives enough for me. To get this good, with but a groan or so, then silence of the victims, were the feat. He foresaw, made a picture in his mind, of father and mother stunned and echoless to the blow, as they lie staring at fate's jaws their folly danced into, till the woe fell, edged in a month by strenuous cruelty from even the poor nook whence they watched the wolf feast on their heart. The lamb-like child his prey, plundered to the last remnant of their wealth. What daily pittance pleased the plunderer dole, hunted forth to go hide head, starve and die, so leave the pale awe-stricken wife, past hope of help i' the world now, mute and motionless, his slave. his chattel, to use and then destroy. All this he bent mind how to bring about, put this in act and life as painted plain, and have success, the crown of earthly good. In this particular enterprise of man, a marriage, undertaken in God's face with all those lies so opposite God's truth, for ends so other than man's end. Thus schemes Guido, and thus would carry out his scheme. But when an obstacle first blocks the path, when he finds there is no monopoly of lies and trick i' the tricking, lying world, that sorry timid natures, even this sort o' the comparini, want nor trick nor lie proper to the kind, that as the gore crow treats the bramble finch, so treats the finch the moth, and the great Guido is minutely matched by this same couple, whether true or false the revelation of Pompilia's birth, which in a moment brings his scheme to naught. Then he is piqued, advances yet a stage, leaves the low region to the finch and fly, soars to the zenith whence the fiercer fowl may dare the inimitable swoop. I see, he draws now on the curious crime, the fine felicity and flower of wickedness, determines, by the utmost exercise of violence, made safe and sure by craft, to satiate malice, pluck one last arch-pang from the parents, else would triumph out of reach, by punishing their child, within reach yet, who nowise could have wronged, thought, word or deed i' the matter that now moves him. So plans he, always subordinating, note the point, revenge, the manlier sin, to interest, the meaner, would pluck pang forth, but unclench no gripe in the act, let fall no money piece. Hence a plan for so plaguing body and soul, his wife, so putting day by day and hour by hour the untried torture to the untouched place, as must precipitate an end foreseen, goad her into some plain revolt, most like plunge upon patent suicidal shame, death to herself, damnation by rebound to those whose hearts he, holding hers, holds still. Such a plan as, in its completeness, shall ruin the three together and alike, yet leave himself in luck and liberty, no claim renounced, no right of forfeiture, his person unendangered, his good fame without a flaw, his pristine worth intact, while they, with all their claims and rights that cling, shall forthwith crumble off him every side, scorched into dust, a plaything for the winds. As when, in our Campagna, there is fired the nest-like work that lets a peasant house, and, as the thatch burns here, there, everywhere, even to the ivy and wild vine, that bound and blessed the hut where men were happy once, there rises gradual, black amid the blaze, some grim and unscathed nucleus of the nest, some old malicious tower, some obscene tomb they thought a temple in their ignorance, and clung about and thought to lean upon. There laughs it or their ravage. Where are they? So did his cruelty burn life about, and lay the ruin bare in dreadfulness. Try the persistency of torment so o' the wife, that at some fierce extremity, some crisis brought about by fire and flame, the patient, stung to frenzy, should break loose, fly anyhow, find refuge anywhere, even in the arms of who might front her first. No monster, but a man, while nature shrieked, or thus escape or die. The spasm arrived, not the escape by way of sin. O God, who shall pluck sheep thou holdest from thy hand? Therefore she lay resigned to die. So far the simple cruelty was foiled. Why then, craft to the rescue, craft should supplement cruelty and show hell a masterpiece. Hence this consummate lie, this love intrigue, unmanly simulation of a sin, with place and time and circumstance to suit. These letters false beyond all forgery, not just handwriting and mere authorship, but false to body and soul they figure forth, as though the man had cut out shape and shape from fancies of that other aretine to paste below, incorporate the filth with cherub faces on a missal page. End of section 134. Section 135 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 10, The Pope, continued. Whereby the man so far attains his end that strange temptation is permitted. See, Pompilia, wife, and Caponsacchi, priest, are brought together as nor priest nor wife should stand. And there is passion in the place, power in the air for evil as for good. Promptings from heaven and hell, as if the stars fought in their courses for a fate to be. Thus stand the wife and priest, a spectacle, I doubt not, to unseen assemblage there. No lamp will mark that window for a shrine. No tablets signalise the terrace, teach new generations which succeed the old. The pavement of the street is holy ground. No bard describe in verse how Christ prevailed and Satan fell like lightning. Why repine? What does the world, told truth, but lie the more? A second time the plot is foiled, nor now by corresponding sin for countercheck, no wile and trick to baffle trick and wile, the play of the parents. Here the blot is blanched by God's gift of a purity of soul that will not take pollution, ermine-like armed from dishonour by its own soft snow. Such was this gift of God who showed for once how he would have the world go white. It seems as a new attribute were born of each champion of truth. The priest and wife I praise, as a new safeguard sprang up in defence of their new noble nature, so a thorn comes to the aid of and completes the rose. Courage, to wit, no woman's gift nor priest's, I' the crisis, might leaps vindicating right. See how the strong aggressor, bad and bold, With every vantage, preconcerts surprise, Flies of a sudden at his victim's throat In a byway: how fares he when face to face With Caponsacchi? Who fights, who fears now? There quails Count Guido, armed to the chattering teeth, Cowers at the steadfast eye and quiet word O' the Canon at the Pieve. There skulks crime behind law called in to back cowardice, While out of the poor trampled worm, the wife, Springs up a serpent. But anon of these. Him I judge now, of him proceed to note. Failing the first, a second chance befriends Guido, gives pause ere punishment arrive. The law he called, comes, hears, adjudicates, Nor does amiss i' the main, secludes the wife From the husband, respites the oppressed one, Grants probation to the oppressor, could he know The mercy of a minute's fiery purge. The furnace coals alike of public scorn, Private remorse, heaped glowing on his head. What if the force and guile, the ore's alloy, Eliminate his baser soul refined, The lost be saved even yet, so as by fire? Let him, rebuked, go softly all his days And, when no graver musings claim their due, Meditate on a man's immense mistake Who, fashioned to use feet and walk, deigns crawl, Takes the unmanly means, ay, through to end Man scarce should make for, would but reach through wrong, May sin, but must not needs shame manhood so, Since fowlers hawk, shoot, nay and snare the game, And yet eschew vile practice, nor find sport In torchlight treachery or the luring owl. But how hunts Guido? Why, the fraudful trap, Laid spurn to ruin by the indignant feet Of fellows in the chase who loved fair play, Here he picks up the fragments to the least, Lades him and hies to the old lurking place Where haply he may patch again, refit the mischief, file its blunted teeth anew, Make sure, next time, a snap shall break the bone. Craft, greed and violence, complot, revenge, Craft, for its quota, schemes to bring about And seize occasion and be safe withal. Greed craves its act may work both far and near, Crush the tree, branch and trunk and root beside, Whichever twig or leaf arrests a streak Of possible sunshine else would coin itself, And drop down one more gold piece in the path. Violence stipulates, advantage proved, And safety sure, be pain the overplus. Murder with jagged knife, cut but tear too, Foiled oft, starved long, glut malice for amends, And last, craft schemes, schemes sorrowful and strange As though the elements, whom mercy checked, Had mustered hate for one eruption more, One final deluge to surprise the ark Cradled and sleeping on its mountain top. The outbreak signal, what but the dove's coos Back with the olive in her bill for news Sorrow was over, 'tis an infant's birth, Guido's firstborn, his son and heir, That gives the occasion. Other men cut free their souls from care in such a case, fly up in thanks to God, reach, recognise his love for once. Guido cries, "Soul, at last the mire is thine, lie there in likeness of a money bag. This babe's birth so pins down past moving now, that I dare cut adrift the lives I late scrupled to touch, lest thou escape with them. These parents and their child, my wife, touch one, lose all. Their rights determined on a head I could but hate, not harm, since from each hair dangled a hope for me. Now, chance and change! No right was in their child, but passes now to that child's child, and through such child to me. I am the father now. Come what, come will, I represent my child. He comes between, cuts sudden off the sunshine of this life from those three. Why, the gold is in his curls, not with old Pietro's, Violante's head, not his grey horror, her more hideous black. Go these, devoted to the knife. 'Tis done. Wherefore should mind misgive, heart hesitate? He calls to counsel, fashions certain four colourless natures counted clean till now, rustic simplicity, uncorrupted youth, ignorant virtue. Here's the gold o' the prime when Saturn ruled, shall shock our leaden days. The clown abash the courtier. Mark it, bards! The courtier tries his hand on clownship here, speaks a word, names a crime, appoints a price, just breathes on what, suffused with all himself, is red hot henceforth past distinction now I' the common glow of hell. And thus they break and blaze on us at Rome, Christ's birthnight eve. O angels that sang erst, "On the earth peace, to man goodwill," such peace finds earth today. After the 1700 years, so man wills good to man, so Guido makes complete his murder. What is it I said? Cuts loose 3 lives that hitherto he suffered cling, simply because each served to nail secure by a corner of the money bag his soul. Therefore, lives sacred till the babe's first breath o'erweights them in the balance, off they fly. End of section 135. Section 136 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 10, The Pope, continued. So is the murder managed, sin conceived to the full, and why not crowned with triumph too? Why must the sin, conceived thus, bring forth death? I note how, within hair's breadth of escape, impunity and the thing supposed success, Guido is found when the check comes, the change, the monitory touch o' the tether, felt by few, not marked by many, named by none at the moment, only recognised aright I' the fullness of the days for God's, lest sin exceed the service, leap the line, such check, a secret which this life finds hard to keep, and often guessed, is never quite revealed. Guido must needs trip on a stumbling block too vulgar, too absurdly plain I' the path. Study this single oversight of care, this habitude that mars sagacity, forgetfulness of what the man best knew. Here is a stranger who, with need to fly, needs but to ask and have the means of flight. Why, the first urchin tells you, to leave Rome, get horses, you must show the warrant, just the banal scrap, clerk's scribble, a fair word buys, or foul one, if a ducat sweeten word, and straight authority will back demand, give you the pick o' the post house. In such wise, the resident at Rome for 30 years, Guido instructs a stranger, and himself forgets just this poor paper scrap, wherewith armed, every door he knocks at opens wide to save him. Horsed and manned, with such advance o' the hunt behind, why, 'twere the easy task of hours told on the fingers of one hand, to reach the Tuscan frontier, laugh at home, light-hearted with his fellows of the place. Prepared by that strange shameful judgment, that satire upon a sentence just pronounced by the Rota and confirmed by the Granduke, ready in a circle to receive their peer, appreciate his good story how, when Rome, the Pope King and the populace of priests made common cause with their confederate, the other priestling who seduced his wife, he, all unaided, wiped out the affront with decent bloodshed and could face his friends, frolic it in the world's eye. Ay, such tale missed such applause, all by such oversight. So, tired and footsore, those blood-flustered five went reeling on the road through dark and cold, the few permissible miles, to sink at length, wallow and sleep in the first wayside straw, as the other herd quenched I' the wash o' the wave, each swine the devil inside him, so slept they, and so were caught and caged, all through one trip, touch of the fool in Guido the astute. He curses the omission, I surmise, more than the murder. Why, thou fool and blind, it is the mercy stroke that stops thy fate, hamstrings and holds thee to thy hurt. But how? On the edge o' the precipice. 1 minute more, thou hadst gone farther and fared worse, my son, fathoms down on the flint and fire beneath. Thy comrades each and all were of one mind straightway, thy murder done, to murder thee in turn, because of promised pay withheld. So, to the last, greed found itself at odds with craft in thee, and proving conqueror, had sent thee, the same night that crowned thy hope, thither, where, this same day, I see thee not, nor, through God's mercy, need to-morrow see. Such I find Guido, midmost blotch of black discernible in this group of clustered crimes huddling together in the cave they call their palace. Outraged day thus penetrates. Around him ranged, now close and now remote, prominent or obscure to meet the needs o' the mage and master. I detect each shape subsidiary i' the scene, nor loathed the less, all alike coloured, all descried, akin by one and the same pitchy furnace stirred at the centre. See, they lick the master's hand, this fox-faced horrible priest, this brother brute, the abate. Why, mere wolfishness looks well. Guido stands honest in the red o' the flame, beside this yellow that would pass for white. Twice Guido, all craft but no violence, this copier of the mien and gait and garb of Peter and Paul, that he may go disguised, rob, halt and lame sick folk i' the temple porch. Armed with religion, fortified by law, a man of peace, who trims the midnight lamp and turns the classic page, and all for craft, all to work harm with, yet incur no scratch. While Guido brings the struggle to a close, Paul steps back the due distance, clear o' the trap he builds and baits. Guido I catch and judge. Paul is past reach in this world and my time. That is a case reserved. Pass to the next. The boy of the brood, the young Girolamo, priest, canon, and what more? Nor wolf nor fox, but hybrid, neither craft nor violence wholly. Part violence, part craft, such cross tempts speculation. Will both blend one day and prove hell's better product? Or subside and let the simple quality emerge, go on with Satan's service the old way? Meanwhile, what promise, what performance too, for there's a new distinctive touch, I see, lust lacking in the two, hell's own blue tint that gives a character and marks the man more than a match for yellow and red. Once more, a case reserved, should I doubt? Then comes the gaunt, grey nightmare in the further smoke, the hag that gave these 3 abortions birth, unmotherly mother and unwomanly woman, that near turns motherhood to shame, womanliness to loathing. No one word, no gesture to curb cruelty a whit more than the sheepard thwarts her playsome whelps, trying their milk teeth on the soft o' the throat of the first fawn, flung with those beseeching eyes flat in the covert. How should she but couch, lick the dry lips, unsheathe the blunted claw, catch 'twixt her placid eye winks at what chance old bloody half-forgotten dream may flit, born when herself was a novice to the taste, the while she lets youth take its pleasure. Last, these God-abandoned wretched lumps of life, these 4 companions, country folk this time, not tainted by the unwholesome civic breath, much less the curse o' the court, mere striplings too, fit to do human nature justice still. Surely, when impudence in Guido's shape shall propose crime and proffer money's worth to these stout, tall, bright-eyed and black-haired boys, the blood shall bound in answer to each cheek before the indignant outcry break from lip. Are these the mood to murder? Hardly loosed from healthy autumn finish, the ploughed glebe, grapes in the barrel, work at happy end, and winter come with rest and Christmas play. how greet they Guido with his final task, as if he but proposed one vineyard more to dig ere frost come, then relax indeed, anywhere, anyhow, and anywhy. Murder me some 3 people, old and young, you never heard the names of, and be paid so much. And the whole 4 accede at once. Demur, as cattle would, bid march or halt. Is it some lingering habit, old fond faith i' the lord of the land instructs them? Birthright badge of feudal tenure claims its slaves again? Not so, at all. Thou noble human heart, all is done purely for the pay, which earned, and not forthcoming at the instant, makes religion heresy, and the lord of the land fit subject for a murder in his turn. The patron with cut throat and rifled purse deposited i' the roadside ditch, his due. Naught hinders each good fellow trudging home, the heavier by a piece or 2 in poke, and so with new zest to the common life, mattock and spade, plough tail and waggon shaft, till some such other piece of luck betide, who knows, since this is a mere start in life, and none of them exceeds the 20th year. End of section 136. Section 137 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 10, The Pope, continued. Nay, more i' the background yet. Unnoticed forms claim to be classed subordinately vile. Complacent lookers on that laugh, perchance shake head as their friend's horseplay grows too rough with a mere child he manages amiss, but would not interfere and make bad worse for twice the fractious tears and prayers. Thou knowst civility better, Marzi Medici, governor for thy kinsman the Grand Duke, fit representative of law, man's lamp i' the magistrate's grasp full flare, no rushlight end sputtering twixt thumb and finger of the priest, whose answer to these Comparini's cry is a threat, whose remedy of Pompilia's wrong a shrug of the shoulder, a facetious word or wink, traditional with Tuscan wits, to Guido in the doorway, laud to law. The wife is pushed back to the husband, he who knows how these home squabblings persecute people who have the public good to mind, and work best with a silence in the court. Ah, but I save my word at least for thee, Archbishop, who art under me in the church, as I am under God, thou, chosen by both to do the shepherd's office, feed the sheep. How of this lamb that panted at thy foot while the wolf pressed on her within crook's reach? Wast thou the hireling that did turn and flee? With thee, at least, anon the little word. Such denizens of the cave now cluster round and heat the furnace sevenfold. Time indeed a bolt from heaven should cleave roof and clear place, transfix and show the world, suspiring flame, the main offender. Scar and brand the rest, hurrying each miscreant to his hole, then flood and purify the scene with outside day. Which yet, in the absolutest drench of dark, ne'er wants a witness, some stray beauty beam to the despair of hell. First of the first, such I pronounce Pompilia, then as now perfect in whiteness. Stoop thou down, my child. Give one good moment to the poor old Pope, heartsick at having all his world to blame. Let me look at thee in the flesh as erst. Let me enjoy the old clean linen garb, not the new splendid vesture. Armed and crowned would Michael yonder be, Nor crowned nor armed the less preeminent angel? Everywhere I see in the world the intellect of man, that sword, the energy his subtle spear, the knowledge which defends him like a shield everywhere. But they make not up, I think, the marvel of a soul like thine, earth's flower. She holds up to the softened gaze of God. It was not given Pompilia to know much, speak much, to write a book, to move mankind, be memorized by who records my time. Yet if in purity and patience, if in faith held fast, despite the plucking fiend, safe like the signet stone, with the new name that saints are known by, if in right return for wrong, most pardon for worst injury, if there be any virtue, any praise, then will this woman child have proved, who knows, just the one prize vouchsafed unworthy me, 10 years a gardener of the untoward ground I till. This earth, my sweat and blood manure all the long day that barrenly grows dusk. At least one blossom makes me proud at eve, born mid the briars of my enclosure. Still, oh, here as elsewhere, nothingness of man, those be the plants embedded yonder south to mellow in the morning, those made fat by the master's eye, that yield such timid leaf, uncertain bud, as product of his pains. While see how this mere chance sown, cleft nursed seed, that sprang up by the wayside 'neath the foot of the enemy, this breaks all into blaze, spreads itself, one wide glory of desire to incorporate the whole great sun it loves from the inch height whence it looks and longs. My flower, my rose, I gather for the breast of God, this I praise most in thee, where all I praise, that having been obedient to the end according to the light allotted, law prescribed thy life, still tried, still standing test, dutiful to the foolish parents first, submissive next to the bad husband, nay, tolerant of those meaner miserable that did his hests, eked out the dole of pain. Thou, patient thus, couldst rise from law to law, the old to the new, promoted at one cry o' the trump of God to the new service, not to longer bear, but henceforth fight, be found sublime in new impatience with the foe. Endure man and obey God, plant firm foot on neck of man, tread man into the hell meet for him, and obey God all the more. O child, that didst despise thy life so much when it seemed only thine to keep or lose, how the fine ear felt fall the first low word, value life, and preserve life for my sake. Thou didst, how shall I say, receive so long the standing ordinance of God on earth. What wonder if the novel claim had clashed with old requirement, seemed to supersede too much the customary law? But, brave, thou, at first prompting of what I call God, and fools call nature, Didst hear, comprehend, accept the obligation laid on thee, mother elect, to save the unborn child, as brute and bird do, reptile and the fly, ay, and I nothing doubt even tree, shrub, plant and flower o' the field, all in a common pact to worthily defend that trust of trusts, life from the ever-living. Didst resist, anticipate the office that is mine, and with his own sword stay the upraised arm, the endeavour of the wicked, and defend him who, again in my default, was there for visible providence, one less true than thou to touch, i' the past less practised in the right, approved so far in all docility to all instruction. How had such an one made scruple, is this motion a decree? It was authentic to the experienced ear o' the good and faithful servant. Go past me and get thy praise, and be not far to seek presently when I follow, if I may. End of section 137. Section 138 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 10, The Pope continued. And surely not so very much apart need I place thee, my warrior priest, in whom, what if I gain the other rose, the gold we grave to imitate God's miracle, greet monarchs with? Good rose in its degree? Irregular, noble scapegrace, son the same, faulty, and peradventure ours the fault, who still misteach, mislead, throw hook and line, thinking to land Leviathan forsooth, tame the scaled neck, play with him as a bird, and bind him for our maidens. Better bear the king of pride go wantoning a while, unplagued by cord in nose and thorn in jaw, through deep to deep, followed by all that shine, churning the blackness hoary. He who made the comely terror, he shall make the sword to match that piece of nether stone his heart. Ay, nor mispraise thereby. Who else shut fire i' the stone, to leap from mouth at sword's first stroke, in lamps of love and faith, the chivalry that dares the right and disregards alike the yea and nay o' the world, self-sacrifice. What if an idol took it? Ask the Church why she was wont to turn each Venus here, poor Rome perversely lingered round, despite instruction, for the sake of purblind love, into Madonna shape, and waste no whit of aught so rare on earth as gratitude. All this sweet savour was not ours but thine, nard of the rock, a natural wealth we name incense, and treasure up as food for saints when flung to us, whose function was to give, not find the costly perfume. Do I smile? Nay, Caponsacchi, much I find amiss, blameworthy, punishable in this freak of thine, this youth prolonged though age was ripe, this masquerade in sober day, with change of motley too, now hypocrite's disguise, now fool's costume, which lie was least like truth, which the ungainlier, more discordant garb with that symmetric soul inside my son, the churchman's or the worldling's? Let him judge, our adversary who enjoys the task. I rather chronicle the healthy rage, when the first moan broke from the martyr maid at that uncaging of the beasts, made bare my athlete on the instant, gave such good great undisguised leap over post and pale right into the mid-cirque, free fighting place. There may have been rash stripping, every rag went to the winds, infringement manifold of laws prescribed pudicity, I fear, in this impulsive and prompt self-display. Ever such tax comes of the foolish youth, men mulct the wiser manhood, and suspect no veritable star swims out of cloud. Bear thou such imputation, undergo the penalty I nowise dare relax, conventional chastisement and rebuke. But for the outcome, the brave starry birth conciliating earth with all that cloud, thank heaven as I do, ay, such championship of God at first blush, such prompt cheery thud of glove on ground that answers ringingly the challenge of the false knight, watch we long, and wait we vainly for its gallant like from those appointed to the service, sworn his bodyguard with pay and privilege, white synced because in white walks sanctity, red socked, how else proclaim fine scorn of flesh, unchariness of blood when blood faith begs? Where are the men at arms with cross on coat, aloof, bewraying their attire, whilst thou, in mask and motley, pledged to dance, not fight, sprang'st forth the hero, in thought, word, and deed, how throughout all thy warfare thou wast pure, I find it easy to believe. And if at any fateful moment of the strange adventure, the strong passion of that strait, fear and surprise may have revealed too much, as when a thunderous midnight, with black air that burns, raindrops that blister, breaks a spell, draws out the excessive virtue of some sheathed shut, unsuspected flower that hoards and hides immensity of sweetness, so perchance might the surprise and fear release too much the perfect beauty of the body and soul thou savest in thy passion for God's sake. He who is pity. Was the trial sore? Temptation sharp? Thank God a second time! Why comes temptation but for man to meet and master and make crouch beneath his foot, and so be pedestalled in triumph? Pray lead us into no such temptations, Lord. Yea, but O thou whose servants are the bold, lead such temptations by the head and hair, reluctant dragons, up to who dares fight, that so he may do battle and have praise. Do I not see the praise? That while thy mates bound to deserve i' the matter, prove at need unprofitable through the very pains we gave to train them well and start them fair, are found too stiff, withstanding ranked and ranged, for onset in good earnest, too obtuse of ear, through iteration of command, for catching quick the sense of the real cry, thou, whose sword hand was used to strike the lute, whose sentry's station graced some wanton's gate, thou didst push forward and show mettle, shame the laggards, and retrieve the day. Well done! Be glad thou hast let light into the world. Through that irregular breach of the boundary, see the same upon thy path and march assured, learning anew the use of soldiership, self-abnegation, freedom from all fear, loyalty to the life's end. ruminate, deserve the initiatory spasm, once more work, be unhappy, but bear life, my son, and troop you somewhere twixt the best and worst, where crowd the indifferent product, all too poor makeshift, starved samples of humanity. Father and mother, huddle there and hide. A gracious eye may find you, foul and fair, sadly mixed natures, self-indulgent, yet self-sacrificing too. How the love soars, how the craft, avarice, vanity, and spite sink again! So they keep the middle course, slide into silly crime at unaware, slip back upon the stupid virtue, stay nowhere enough for being classed, I hope and fear. Accept the swift and rueful death, taught somewhat sternlier than is wont. What waits the ambiguous creature? How the one black tuft steadies the aim of the arrow just as well as the wide, faultless white on the bird's breast. Nay, you were punished in the very part that looked most pure of speck. The honest love betrayed you. Did love seem most worthy pains, challenge such purging as ordained survive when all the rest of you was done with? Go, never again elude the choice of tints. White shall not neutralize the black, nor good compensate bad in man, absolve him so, life's business being just the terrible choice. End of section 138. Section 139 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 10, The Pope Continued. So do I see, pronounce on all and some, grouped for my judgment now. Profess no doubt while I pronounce, dark, difficult enough the human sphere, yet eyes grow sharp by use. I find the truth, dispart the shine from shade, as a mere man may, with no special touch o' the lynx gift in each ordinary orb. Nay, if the popular notion glass me right, one of well-nigh decayed intelligence, what of that? Through hard labour and good will, and habitude that gives a blind man sight at the practised finger ends of him, I do discern, and dare decree in consequence whatever prove the peril of mistake. Whence, then, this quite new, quick, cold thrill, cloud-like, this keen dread creeping from a quarter scarce suspected in the skies I nightly scan? What slacks the tense nerve, saps the wound-up spring of the act that should and shall be, sends the mount and mass o' the whole man's strength, conglobed so late, shudderingly into dust, a moment's work, while I stand firm, go fearless in this world, for this life recognize and arbitrate, touch and let stay, or else remove a thing, judge this is right, this object out of place, candle in hand that helps me and to spare. What if a voice deride me? Perk and pry,
brighten each nook with thine intelligence. Play the good householder, ply man and maid with tasks prolonged into the midnight. Test their work, and nowise stint of the due wage each worthy worker. But with gyves and whip pay thou misprision of a single point plain to thy happy self who lifts the light, laments the darkling, bold to all beneath. What if thyself adventure, now the place is purged so well? Leave pavement and mount roof. Look round thee for the light of the upper sky, the fire which lit thy fire, which finds default in Guido Franceschini to his cost. What if, above in the domain of light, thou miss the accustomed signs, remark eclipse? Shalt thou still gaze on ground, nor lift a lid? Steady in thy superb prerogative, thy inch of inkling, nor once face the doubt in the sphere above thee, darkness to be felt? Yet my poor spark had for its source the sun. Thither I sent the great looks which compel light from its fount. All that I do and am comes from the truth, or seen or else surmised, remembered or divined, as mere man may. I know just so, nor otherwise. As I know I speak. What should I know then? And how speak were there a wild mistake of eye or brain in the recorded governance above? If my own breath only blew coal a light I call celestial, and the morning star? I, who in this world act resolvedly, dispose of men, the body and the soul, as they acknowledge or gainsay this light I show them, shall I too lack courage? Leave I too the post of me, like those I blame? Refuse, with kindred inconsistency, grapple with danger whereby souls grow strong? I am near the end, but still not at the end. All till the very end is trial in life. At this stage is the trial of my soul danger to face, or danger to refuse? Shall I dare try the doubt now, or not dare? End of section 139. Section 140 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 10, The Pope, continued. O thou, as represented here to me in such conception as my soul allows, under thy measureless my atom width, man's mind, what is it but a convex glass wherein are gathered all the scattered points picked out of the immensity of sky, to reunite there, be our heaven on earth, our known unknown, our God revealed to man, existent somewhere, somehow, as a whole, here as a whole proportion to our sense, there, which is nowhere, speech must babble thus, in the absolute immensity, the whole appreciable solely by thyself,
Here, by the little mind of man, reduced to littleness that suits his faculty, appreciable too in the degree, between thee and ourselves, nay, even again, below us, to the extreme of the minute, appreciable by how many and what diverse modes of the life thou makest be. Why live except for love? How love unless they know? Each of them only filling to the edge, insect or angel, his just length and breadth, due facet of reflection, full no less, angel or insect, as thou framedst things. I it is who have been appointed here to represent thee in my turn on earth, just as, if new philosophy know aught, this one earth, out of all the multitude of peopled worlds, as stars are now supposed, was chosen, and no sun-star of the swarm, for stage and scene of thy transcendent act, beside which even the creation fades into a puny exercise of power. Choice of the world, choice of the thing I am, both emanate alike from the dread play of operation outside this our sphere where things are classed and counted small or great. Incomprehensibly the choice is thine. I therefore bow my head and take thy place. There is, beside the works, a tale of thee in the world's mouth which I find credible. I love it with my heart, unsatisfied, I try it with my reason, nor decept from any point I probe and pronounce sound. Mind is not matter nor from matter, but above. Leave matter then, proceed with mind. Man's be the mind recognised at the height. Leave the inferior minds and look at man. Is he the strong, intelligent and good up to his own conceivable height? No wise. Enough of the low. Soar the conceivable height, find cause to match the effect in evidence. Works in the world not man's, then God's. Leave man. Conjecture of the worker by the work. Is there strength there? Enough. Intelligence? Ample. But goodness in a like degree? Not to the human eye in the present state, this isosceles deficient in the base. What lacks then of perfection fit for God but just the instance which this tale supplies of love without a limit? So is strength, so is intelligence, then love is so, unlimited in its self-sacrifice. Then is the tale true and God shows complete. Beyond the tale, I reach into the dark, feel what I cannot see, and still faith stands. I can believe this dread machinery of sin and sorrow would confound me else, devised, all pain, at most expenditure of pain by who devised pain, to evolve by new machinery in counterpart the moral qualities of man. How else? To make him love in turn and be beloved, creative and self-sacrificing too, and thus eventually godlike. I have said ye are gods. Shall it be said for naught? Enable man to wring from out all pain, all pleasure for a common heritage to all eternity. This may be surmised, the other is revealed. Whether a fact, absolute, abstract, independent truth, historic, not reduced to suit man's mind, or only truth reverberate, changed, made pass a spectrum into mind, the narrow eye, the same and not the same, else unconceived, though quite conceivable to the next grade above it in intelligence, as truth easy to man were blindness to the beast by parity of procedure, the same truth in a new form, but changed in either case, what matter so the intelligence be filled? To the child, the sea is angry, for it roars, frost bites, else why the tooth-like fret on face? Man makes acoustics deal with the sea's wrath, explains the choppy cheek by chymic law. To both remains one and the same effect on drum of ear and root of nose, change cause never so thoroughly. So our heart be struck, what care I, by God's gloved hand or the bare? Nor do I much perplex me with aught hard, dubious in the transmitting of the tale. No, nor with certain riddles set to solve. This life is training and a passage. Pass. Still we march over some flat obstacle we made give way before us. Solid truth in front of it, were motion for the world? The moral sense grows but by exercise. 'Tis even as man grew probatively initiated in godship, set to make a fairer moral world than this he finds, guess now what shall be known hereafter. Thus, of the present problem, as we see and speak, a faultless creature is destroyed, and sin has had its way i' the world where God should rule. Ay, but for this irrelevant circumstance of inquisition after blood, we see Pompilia lost and Guido saved. How long? For his whole life. How much is that whole life? We are not babes, but know the minute's worth, and feel that life is large and the world small. So wait till life have passed from out the world. End of section 140. Section 141 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 10, The Pope, continued. Neither does this astonish at the end, that whereas I can so receive and trust, men made with hearts and souls the same as mine, reject and disbelieve, subordinate the future to the present, sin nor fear. This I refer still to the foremost fact: life is probation, and this earth no goal but starting point of man. Compel him strive, which means in man as good as reach the goal. Why institute that race his life at all? But this does overwhelm me with surprise, touch me to terror, not that faith, the pearl, should be let lie by fishers wanting food, nor, seen and handled by a certain few critical and contemptuous, straight consigned to shore and shingle for the pebble it proves. But that, when haply found and known and named by the residue made rich for evermore, these favoured ones should in a trice turn, and with double zest go dredge for whelks, mudworms that make the savoury soup. Enough of the disbelievers, see the faithful few. How do the Christians here deport them? Keep their robes of white unspotted by the world. What is this Aretine Archbishop, this man under me as I am under God? This champion of the faith, I armed and decked, pushed forward, put upon a pinnacle, to show the enemy his victor. See, what's the best fighting when the couple close? Pompilia cries, "Protect me from the fiend." No, for thy Guido is one heady, strong, dangerous to disquiet. Let him bide. He needs some bone to mumble, help amuse the darkness of his den with. So the fawn which limps up bleeding to my foot and lies, "Come to me, daughter," thus I throw him back. Have we misjudged here, overarmed the knight, given gold and silk where the plain steel serves best, enfeebled whom we sought to fortify, made an archbishop and undone a saint? Well then, descend these heights, this pride of life, sit in the ashes with the barefoot monk who long ago stamped out the worldly sparks. Fasting and watching, stone cell and wire scourge, no such indulgence as unknits the strength. These breed the tight nerve and tough cuticle. Let the world's praise or blame run rillet-wise off the broad back and brawny breast. We know. He meets the first cold sprinkle of the world and shudders to the morrow. Save this child? Oh, my superiors! Oh, the Archbishop here! Who was it dared lay hand upon the ark his betters saw fall nor put finger forth? Great ones could help, yet help not. Why should small? I break my promise, let her break her heart. These are the Christians, not the worldlings, not the skeptics, who thus battle for the faith. If foolish virgins disobey and sleep, what wonder? But the wise that watch, this time sell lamps and buy lutes, exchange oil for wine. The mystic spouse betrays the bridegroom here. To our last resource then, since all flesh is weak, bind weaknesses together. We get strength. The individual weighed, found wanting, try some institution, honest artifice whereby the units grow compact and firm, each props the other, and so stand is made by our embodied cowards that grow brave. The monastery called of Convertites, meant to help women because these helped Christ. A thing existent only while it acts, does as designed, else a nonentity. For what is an idea unrealized? Pompilia is consigned to these for help. They do help. They are prompt to testify to her pure life and saintly dying days. She dies, and lo, who seems so poor proves rich. What does the body that lives through helpfulness to women for Christ's sake? The kiss turns bite. The dove's note changes to the crow's cry, "Judge!" Seeing that this our convent claims of right what goods belong to those we succour, be the same proved women of dishonest life, and seeing that this trial made appear Pompilia was in such predicament, the convent hereupon pretends to said succession of Pompilia, issues writ, and takes possession by the fisc's advice. Such is their attestation to the cause of Christ, who had one saint at least, they hoped. But is a title deed to filch, a corpse to slander, and an infant heir to cheat? Christ must give up his gains then. They unsay all the fine speeches. Who was saint is whore. Why, Scripture yields no parallel for this. The soldiers only threw dice for Christ's coat. We want another legend of the 12 disputing if it was Christ's coat at all, claiming as prize the woof of price. For why? The master was a thief, purloined the same, or paid for it out of the common bag. Can it be this is end and outcome, all I take with me to show as stewardship's fruit, the best yield of the latest time, this year the 1700th since God died for man? Is such effect proportionate to cause? And still the terror keeps on the increase when I perceive, how can I blink the fact, that the fault, the obduracy to good, lies not with the impractical stuff whence man is made, his very nature's fault, as if it were of ice, the moon may gild, not melt, or stone, 'twas meant the sun should warm, not make bare flowers. Nor ice nor stone to blame, but it can melt, that ice, and bloom, that stone, impassable to rule of day and night. This terrifies me. Thus compelled perceive whatever love and faith we looked should spring at advent of the authoritative star, which yet lie sluggish, curdled at the source. These have leapt forth profusely in old time, these still respond with promptitude today, at challenge of what unacknowledged powers of the air, what uncommissioned meteors, warmth by law, and light by rule should supersede. For see this priest, this Caponsacchi, stung at the first summons. Help for honour's sake, play the man, pity the oppressed. No pause, how does he lay about him in the midst, strike any foe, right, wrong, at any risk, all blindness, bravery, and obedience. Blind? Ay, as a man would be inside the sun, delirious with the plenitude of light should interfuse him to the finger ends. Let him rush straight, and how shall he go wrong? Where are the Christians in their panoply? The loins we girt about with truth, the breasts righteousness plated round, the shield of faith, the helmet of salvation, and that sword of the Spirit, even the word of God, where these? Slunk into corners. Oh, I hear at once hubbub of protestation. What? We monks, we friars, of such an order, such a rule, have not we fought, bled, left our martyr mark at every point along the boundary line twixt true and false, religion and the world, where this or the other dogma of our church called for defence? And I, despite myself, how can I but speak loud what truth speaks low? Or better than the best, or nothing serves. What boots deed? I can cap and cover straight with such another doughtiness to match, done at an instinct of the natural man. Immolate body, sacrifice soul too. Do not these publicans the same? Outstrip, or else stop race. You boast runs neck and neck. You with the wings, they with the feet. For shame! Oh, I remark your diligence and zeal. 5 years long, now rounds faith into my ears. Help thou, or Christendom is done to death. 5 years since, in the province of Tokien, which is in China, as some people know, Megro, my vicar apostolic there, having a great qualm, issues a decree. Alack, the converts use as God's name, not Tianchu, but plain Tien, or else mere Shang-Ti, as Jesuits please to fancy politic. While, say Dominicans, it calls down fire, for Tien means heaven, and Shang-Ti, supreme prince, while Tianchu means the Lord of heaven. All cry, there is no business urgent for dispatch as that thou send a legate, specially Cardinal Tournon, straight to Pekin, there to settle and compose the difference. So have I seen a potentate all fume for some infringement of his realm's just right, some menace to a mud-built, straw-thatched farm o' the frontier, while inside the mainland lie, quite undisputed for, in solitude, whole cities plague may waste or famine sap. What if the sun crumble, the sands encroach, while he looks on sublimely at his ease? How does their ruin touch the empire's bound? End of section 141.